Welcome everyone to RSAC Conference 2025. I'm Matt Alderman. Joining me is Mandy Logan. We're going to talk conference. This is the beginning. Now, for those who don't know, this is our 7th year in Broadcast Alley. Paul and I came here in 2019, first year we ever did it here. So outside of 21, when we were all virtual, we've been in Broadcast Alley doing live interviews at the conference. So it's fun to be here. It's great to be here.
It's fascinating. I mean, and I never got to see your setup at RSA. My first experience with your setup was at Black Hat the same year.
Oh, yeah.
And it was fascinating. And I even then and now to see how it's grown, but see all of the parts that come together and the amount of people that have been interviewed that really have shared a lot of great information.
Yeah.
It makes me excited. And I love getting to be here with you, of course, but getting to do this and know that we're barely starting. Like you said, this is kind of,
I know. It
makes me think of almost like when you hit the champagne bottle against the,
the boat,
ship. Yeah,
and then off it goes.
Exactly, so we're there, we're doing it.
All right, no icebergs, folks. We are not the Titanic. Okay, so a couple things I wanted to point out about the conference this year. They made it very clear to media that this is the RSAC conference.
Yes.
Most of us remember this is RSA conference. The conference used to be associated with RSA, the company, but they've rebranded after the acquisition. And so they want to make sure we're all very clear. This is RSAC 2025 or RSAC conference, but not RSA and not RSA conference. So just for folks to, because I saw some vendor signs coming in to the airport last night that still say RSA or RSA conference. So they have a faux pas right now.
Well, they absolutely do, and it is confusing because I know looking at the agenda and planning things out, there are sessions that are RSA.
Oh, yeah,
now,
the company.
with the company, right?
Yeah.
So it's nice to see the delineation and the branding, though. I did notice that it is becoming easier, I think, to see the RSA versus RSAC.
Yeah.
Now, do you have more insight on why it's RSAC or what other things are planned?
Well, I mean, obviously you've got, the conference now stands on its own. Mm-hmm. It was spun out from RSA. It was always known as kind of RSAC. That's what we kind of called it, RSA conference, right? So I think they kept the C as part of that, but then made it very clear that it's RSAC conference, which is fine. They just announced the community, the membership, as part of the conference, right before the conference. So I signed up for the trial. They're going to give it away, I think, for 30 days free. I think there is a fee for it. And what I think they're trying to do is build a community, which already exists, but a community that exists throughout the year. Instead of, look, we all come here to San Francisco, we spend 4 days running around, we walk somewhere between 12 to 15 miles, depending on who we are, but then we go home. The community, the membership is, I think, meant to engage people all the time, throughout the year, and use that to drive more engagement, and I'm excited about it, because it's something I pitched to the conference team a couple years ago, that how do you get them, how do you engage with the audience when you're not at conference, right? And so that's a new announcement. I think that'll be interesting to see how many people, sign up for the trial and kind of where that goes.
So do you feel like with this, now my understanding was the one RSAC, so really focusing in on community and it being on a global initiative to make sure that there was access. Now, in your opinion, do you think with having the RSAC community that it will allow more people from around the world who can't attend San Francisco to actually feel like they're diving in more?
I hope so. I mean, I was on a flight last night with somebody from Helsinki. There hasn't been really an RSA conference in Europe for a while. Singapore still has one, I believe. I don't think the one in Abu Dhabi is going anymore, but it should allow for others to engage, even if they can't be here. Now, luckily, people are flying in for this event, which is good, but yeah, I hope so. Because I used to attend Abu Dhabi and Singapore on a regular basis for years, and it's great to see those events, and it's great to see people in those events learning and getting education, so hopefully this bridges the international gap as well.
I agree. So are there other things for this conference in particular that you have your finger on, or what are you looking at?
Well, so I look at this conference more from a business development perspective, right? I think about who's the new players on the block, what's the emerging technology. So I will tend to do things like go to Early Stage Expo, because I want to see all the new players. I want to see what they're doing. And we can talk about what I expect to see over there in a second. Then I go to the main floor, and I don't go to the main vendors except for to say hi to my friends, but I usually go to the outskirts, right? I go down the sides and along the back because I want to see the smaller players. I want to see who's emerging and what their capabilities are. Paul and I always talked about this. What's your differentiation? What's going to differentiate you as a security solution? So I want to go see those new startups and those new companies and see what they're doing. I'm an engineer, so I like the technology part of this. Now, you're a little different, though. I think you come for the education.
I do. So coming more from the education, hacker world like this, to me, I guess approaching any conference like this, I look at the wealth of information that's from the individuals that are there, but also from the programs, everything that has been set up. And so I do, even though it's similar, like I absolutely zone in on new vendors, people who have not exhibited here before, those who are bringing something fresh to the table. That's where I always gravitate. But I also really like to look at things, since I get to be here in person, then I like looking at the things that I can't get the recordings for.
Right, okay,
right?
yeah.
So birds of a feather or learning labs or CTFs, and some of the, I think there's other little minor training sessions inside different booths that have piqued my interest. And so setting up an agenda to try to get Karim in all of those things.
While you're also doing interviews for us.
While also doing interviews, right. But it is fascinating, and I feel like getting to be here in person is, it's like a cavalcade of layered ability to learn all the time, plus get what is coming, what is happening. So, and with you being on the business development side, what are you thinking is going to be big this year?
Yeah, so obviously artificial intelligence is going to be big. The question is from what angle, right? So I think we're going to see AI usage. So there I want to see how people are actually leveraging artificial intelligence to improve their product. I don't want to see a chatbot. I don't want to see a co-pilot. I want to see some advanced artificial intelligence stuff, because we're actually, the company I work for, Cybersecurity, today, we're building some advanced models, right? I want to see who's actually leveraging the advanced artificial intelligence stuff in their platforms to solve problems, and what problems are they solving with that. So that's one angle of AI that I think will be really interesting to kind of suss out while I'm here, is who's actually using something beyond just generative and LLMs, right? Because there are some other use cases out there that could really solve some interesting problems. So I want to go find that angle on AI. I think we're going to hear a lot about AI governance and security, how to protect the AI models.
That was going to be my next thing. So, right, there's the side of actually getting to use more advanced AI and doing novel things like that. But then I am also intrigued on, like, what's the securing on the AI that's currently being deployed already. Yeah.
Well, the last couple weeks on Business Security Weekly, we've been talking these topics.
Okay.
Like last week, we actually brought somebody on who went through ISO 42001 certification, which is the AI certification.
Okay.
So yes, that topic is going to be interesting, and there's going to be platform solutions out there that help you get through some of the controls around that to help you get certified. So I want to see from the security governance side who's out there. So AI is going to be a huge topic this week. We know it. We already see it in some of the interviews we're going to have this week. So that's a big one. There's a couple other ones I'm interested to see how they evolve. There's a big area around CTEM, continuous threat exposure management, this next evolution of vulnerability management. When I look at the existing vulnerability landscape, and I've worked for 2 of the 3 major players in that space, it's a little stale. What's CTEM gonna do, right? How is it gonna expand what some of the traditional vuln guys have done? Who else is emerging in the space to tackle what I believe is still the number one challenge, is prioritization, right? No one's really solved the vulnerability prioritization nut yet. Like, no one's cracked that nut.
So you just want to jump to, like, one of the most complex things.
But it's not. Okay, it could be, but it doesn't have to be. And so that's what I want to see. Like, does CTEM actually solve that problem? Or are we just in a pipe dream that we've been in for 25 plus years, because I've been doing this for 25 plus years, right? So I want to see that evolution, right? I want to see what's going on in that space. There's a ton on application security.
But wait, before you go on that, I want to say about prioritization. So off the cuff, when you think of, well, CTEM, the viability of it actually helping versus with prioritization versus the security team still having to do the prioritization. Can you give me a percentage of how you break it down?
On what CTEM can do?
Right.
I don't think CTEM's doing a very good job yet. That's my
Okay.
challenge.
So the prioritization is still
That's
falling
still
on
the biggest problem.
Right.
So, and the reason I say this is, I think the reason CTEM currently can't solve this problem is because CTEM isn't broad enough to solve this problem. Now, there are some interesting vendors that are starting to approach this from the right direction, I think can solve the problem. It's a contextual problem. The vuln management vendors, core vuln management vendors know the vulnerabilities, they know the device, but they don't necessarily know your control posture, your risk posture, your asset criticality posture. Those components actually should be helping drive prioritization. So
Absolutely.
unless you
Right.
understand all that data, you can't. So what's going to happen is you got some really interesting asset management companies that now have that data that can now start to put a pivot on the data they're ingesting to actually maybe do prioritization better.
Okay, but still ranking based on the overall the know-how of the team. It would still have to come
not
from
necessarily.
the
It
security?
doesn't have to. If you have the asset data, you have the classification of that asset data, you understand the control environment, you understand what risks you're trying to mitigate, and you overlay that with threat and vuln data, now I think you can get closer to that.
Okay.
But I don't think there's many doing that. So I want to see. I want to
Fair.
see who's trying to do it.
So let's move into application security. What were you going to say there?
Oh, there's a ton of application security stuff. I
Okay.
think the Wiz acquisition by Google.
Well, that blew everybody back.
Well, I mean, look, we covered this on the podcast. When they turned down the first offer, I'm like, guys, that was a really, really big number. I track the market. We do the security money segment once a quarter. You know, the original 23 billion is big, right? 32 billion is even bigger, right? And so that's a huge exit for that team. But now I'm starting to see a lot of other activity. So application security is still a hot market. But I want to see what's the next evolution of this. It can't be just the next software composition analysis product, can't be just the next static analysis. Like, where's the next evolution of this? So I do want to see some of that as well.
And with the next, I fully agree. And I guess my mindset comes back to that, well, it's basic. We're going to have applications increasing
Yes.
exponentially forever. Just
Yes.
as with
We're digitized
bots,
now.
you know, as with agents on our internet traffic and everything being non-human. This is what we are going for. So what I hear that's refreshing is I think you're looking at application security, trying to look at, well, then what do we do that actually encompasses where this is going in 10, 12, 15 years, not what we are already battling.
Doing. Yeah. And how do we integrate all that together?
Right.
Because a bunch of point solutions don't scale in the space. And so when we look at the market pressures, what's going on in the market right now, and we're seeing the pressures from a consolidation perspective, who's the platform? Wiz is a really good platform. How's it going to expand? Who else is going to collapse these capabilities into a holistic platform that you can manage your end-to-end application security? Really interesting areas because, again, a bunch of point solutions, hard to scale,
Right.
but if somebody's building out these capabilities that bring it together, that could be really interesting.
Fair. Now, before we wrap up, I want to go back because we were talking about AI, and there's the DARPA AIXCC, which is AI. Wait, what does that actually stand for?
I don't
forgot.
remember the XCC part.
I don't know, but it has to do a 2-year competition that's gone on for firms looking to secure a city that DARPA created, and looking at what are the singularly most impressive companies and individuals that are coming forth with ideas on where AI is going and how it's going to relate to critical infrastructure. And we're now almost at the end of the 2 years. So at DEF CON in August, we'll have the actual culmination of this 2-year event and get to see the $29.5 million where it gets
allocated.
Put out, where it gets allocated to the best and brightest in this space. And I have such a soft spot for critical infrastructure and for DARPA and for everything that they are doing. This, I've got to say, is one of my key exciting things, especially for today, because I get to go to it today, so I'm thrilled on that.
Awesome. The best AI poster I saw coming in is Airbnb. It says A, EYE, and it's a picture of a house that looks like an eye, and it said something like model design or something like that. I thought that was kind of a cute billboard. Yeah, anyways.
Oh, that's good.
All right, folks, we've begun. We are getting close to starting our interviews. Hang tight. We'll be back with more interviews. Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview is Dr. Aleksandr Yampolskiy.
Yampolskiy.
I want to mix it the other way. I want to go Yampolskiy. Anyways, I got it. All right. Co-founder, Chief Executive Officer at SecurityScorecard. Welcome, Alex.
Matt, good to be with you.
So we're going to talk supply chain detection and response. But before we get into the topic, is supply chain a subset of vendor risk management, or do you equate them the same? I have a lot of experience on the third-party risk management side. Do you differentiate the difference between a third party and a supplier? Do you look at them the same? How would you describe that?
Well, a third party could be a different type of,
Right.
there could be different type of relationships. You could be a supplier to a company,
Right.
You could be a subsidiary, you could be an M&A target, an investment. So I think a third party encompasses a whole set of business relationships, and being a supplier is one of them.
Correct. So when we talk about supply chain in the terminology from a security scorecard perspective, are you just looking at the supplier side of this, or are you also looking at the other vendor relationship side?
We're
as
looking
well?
at any
Okay,
relationship.
everything.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So as I said before this, so I used to run third-party vendor risk management program at a bank, large bank, back in '04, and managed 70,000 vendors. And I remember the process, right? Of you send them a questionnaire, you get the answers back, and it just didn't scale very, very well. What I think you guys have done is very interesting in that you take data from the outside and use that as part of a gauge to assess a vendor. So when you think about that data, what I'm really interested in is how does that then lead to a detection and response capability?
Yeah, so if you think about third-party risk management space, it went through a set of evolutionary changes. If you rewind the clock to 12, 13 years ago, what companies used to do when they deal with third-party relationships is either they do nothing, they pretend the problem doesn't exist,
Right.
or they send they just send a pen and paper questionnaire
Yeah.
and ask you, do you have multi-factor authentication like you've
Yes,
done?
right.
Show me your controls, can you show me your SOC 2 policy? So it was a check-the-box compliance-driven exercise. The next stage of evolution was what we introduced, and some other companies introduced with security ratings,
Right.
where you had objective, trusted KPIs of how you could use to prioritize and stack rank out of 10,000 suppliers you have. What are the 10% that you need to look more closely?
Right.
What are the 10% that you just fast track the process because they have a good security hygiene, and somewhere in the middle you decide what to do. So that was the next evolution because you introduced metric-driven scientific approach.
Right.
What we observed, as the space took shape, is a lot of companies still don't know how to build scalable programs. They do a fairly good job figuring out who their suppliers are. Then, thanks to different type of inventions like security ratings and other techniques, they do a fairly good job stack ranking the vendors and figuring out what the risk is. The country risk, the financial risk, the security risk. The part where everybody falls short is, now that you've done it, so what?
Right.
Like, how do you actually communicate with them? How do you interact with the suppliers?
Or how do you monitor them?
And so that led to the launch of supply chain detection and response. And the basic idea is you have XDR that CrowdStrike pioneered, where you have endpoint detection and information from other devices. You have MDR, which is managed detection response. So with the supply chain detection response, you apply the same principles, but you collaborate with your suppliers. You operate before the boom. If we assume that inevitably one of your third parties is going to get hacked, it's inevitable. How do you stay ahead of it to make sure you inoculate yourself?
Right.
It's inevitable that they're going to get hacked, but you don't need to get hacked as a result of it. So how do we give you those early indications and ability to jointly collaborate and remediate issues ahead of time?
Awesome. What data do you need to do that, right? Because you have a lot of external telemetry, which is very valuable, but you also have to kind of marry that a little bit with the internal control environment, don't you? To understand what that control state looks like, how susceptible they are to that attack. Do you grab both you already have the external, but are you grabbing some of that internal data in this detection and response capability?
Yeah. So the whole point is you can reach out to your suppliers, you ask them to upload evidence,
Okay.
then we use AI to parse and look at the evidence, On top of it, we have a marketplace with over 100 connectors into CrowdStrike, Palo Alto networks, and various other technologies, so you can actually pull telemetry as well. But then you use the 10 years of historical data that we've collected to try to process and see what are the potential discrepancies. Somebody might tell you, you know what, I got a beautifully configured endpoint protection, but you're seeing indications that malware is beaconing outside of the infrastructure, so you could notice discrepancies. So the whole point is, how do you use this 10 years of historical data and marry it to the answers that you receive?
So you're not only pulling in telemetry sources like CrowdStrike and others, you're also looking at, because not all that data is automatable in some respects, right? There's great data in the telemetry sources to understand, well, what's your endpoint configuration look like, et cetera. But then you need to look at their policies, their procedures, do they have business continuity, disaster recovery? Do you consume that then as actual documents and then try to parse that data to understand the control effectiveness of the supplier?
Exactly. So you have various degrees of confidence that you can attain. For example, if you just look at a outside-in hygiene of a supplier where you use different security signals that we pick up from outside, you can form an opinion about the probability distribution curve. Are they doing a good job? Are they doing a terrible job? Completely from outside, you're not going to get things like compensating controls or certain type of things of how they segmented the environment on the inside. So you get one degree of confidence. Then if you pull additional telemetry, if you ask additional questions on a questionnaire, you keep increasing the degree of confidence. But you don't want to go do it for every supplier. You want to do it only for your most critical suppliers. And for everybody else, you need some type of a quick litmus test to just get alerted and have automation. If somebody has a malware or the score drops, then you want to get alerted and have automation telling you those type of things.
So that's where I want to go next from a detection response perspective, because the way the programs used to work, and my guess is most programs still work this way, you go out, you assess your high-risk vendors, and then you get the results back. Maybe you put in some remediation projects to track them, and then you don't touch them for another year. There's so much that can change in that span, so I'm assuming that by constantly pulling this data and looking at their external perimeter and the attack surface and the changes in the threat profiles, that you can actually identify potential concerns, and then do you flag those up to the company that's buying the solution? Is that how you're doing it, is monitoring all those pieces?
we have a robust set of automation that you could configure. Every single day you can detect what assets arrived and departed from the attack surface of the company, and what signals arrived and departed. And so dynamically you can set up all kinds of workflow automation to make sure that what companies do is they set up policies. They set up kind of a risk tolerance threshold of what they're willing to accept. For example, if you're one of my suppliers, I don't want you to ever have ransomware. And if I notice from outside that you have ransomware, I need to have a conversation with you. So they might not talk to the suppliers for a year, but then if one of the days you have some type of a concerning event, you definitely want to get ahead of it. And I think using AI and automation helps you with being able to do it. Otherwise, manually would be
impossible.
Too hard to do.
Yeah, I manage 70,000 vendors by hand. There's no way the humans can scale to do this. And I see, I've talked to a lot of clients that, you know, they'll get hundreds of these reviews a quarter. And so to keep up with it manually is going to be extremely difficult. So that's why I was curious about, you know, obviously as you're monitoring both the internal and external environment, you're just driving that data into them and allowing them to see the alerts, decide whether it's critical, and then decide next steps from a remediation perspective.
You know, the extra benefit of SCDR, supply chain detection response, is that vendors and suppliers are really fatigued from having to answer the same questions over and over again.
I know.
So if you could allow them to answer once and then reuse these answers and to kind of configure almost their trust profile to prove to others that they're doing a good job, then that makes the job much less onerous and makes them more eager to engage. And so I think that we need to avoid the situation where one bank asks you a set of questions, sends you a security rating report, another bank sends you another security rating, another
Right.
questionnaire. Now all of a sudden you're just spinning your wheels entire day. You need to be able to answer it once and then reuse your responses effectively in an exchange
Yeah.
to prove that you
So
were
are you
safe.
building the exchange as part of this offering
That's
as
part
well?
of, that's part of the SCDR.
Well, I mean, it's huge, right? I've seen other products in this space. I used to advise them. The ability to create an exchange where I can truly provide my controls in once for multiple companies to use has a huge advantage. I've just not really seen it get a lot of traction, adoption over the past 15 plus years.
You're going to make it easy.
Yeah.
Because in the past, I think companies had to answer very big questionnaires, hundreds of questions to get on the exchange.
The SIG, 1,400
exactly,
plus
and
questions.
so the bar to get on the exchange was too high.
Yeah.
You need to make it easier.
There you go. So if you make it easy, you get that data in there, now you can exchange it. Now, new suppliers and new, I would call them vendors for lack of a better term, the banks or the buyers on the other side, you can now start to streamline the process to onboard a new vendor, but also then manage that vendor over their life cycle.
You know, the other part I think that we need to do as a security industry, we need to get internal teams in cybersecurity communicating to each other. So a lot of the time, the TPRM, third-party risk team, is not really working together with the SOC.
Right.
Which is strange. We need to bring the SOC and the TPRM together and give them tools so that it's not just a check-the-box exercise by TPRM team, but also they collaborate with the SOC to actually reduce the risk in your supply chain system, and we're not seeing this happening
I
enough.
know. Well, it's actually a little more complex than that. I've seen configurations where you have a threat team, a vulnerability team, a SOC, the compliance team, the TPRM team might be under the compliance team. You could have 3 or 4 different teams not communicating and sharing the data back and forth. A platform like this could start to do that. I'm curious, then how does this, the other interface obviously is the procurement side of the house. How do you see procurement's usage of a supply chain detection and response tool? Because a lot of the times the vendor process starts on the procurement side and then kind of trickles through what we would call traditional third-party risk management approach. Do you see the procurement side leveraging a product like this to help them manage those contracts?
Yeah, we see it quite often, but also, you know, you could just integrate with SAP Ariba or Coupa, and you pull the triggers when a new contract is added or a new supplier is added. That should just trigger automatic set of actions in terms of a risk assessment that needs to happen.
Right.
We need to see this more of this automation and integration into procurement side of the house as well.
Right. Yeah. Well, it sounds like a very
And you know, the
interesting
interesting part is, a lot of the time it's shocking, but you talk to a lot of big companies, they don't even know who their suppliers are.
I know.
You might ask them, well, wait a sec, you're paying them money, that's your supplier.
Right.
How could you not know who your suppliers are? But you got lots of disjointed silos where these companies are identified using different identifiers. There's also a big question about the data normalization and unify and all that stuff, and knowing who to contact.
I know.
And that's why I think SCDR is very important, because a lot of the time, companies don't even know who to talk to if there's a vulnerability in a supplier. And so we need to give them this communication layer.
So back in the day, I used to have to go to the general ledger to figure out the vendors, because I had to look for the payments, and who was making the payments and which accounts were they coming for, otherwise I couldn't figure out that relationship. Yeah, it's very challenging still to this day. Alex, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, if anybody's interested in learning more, please visit securityweekly.com/SecurityScorecard RSAC. Stay tuned, we got more interviews coming up.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2025. We're here recording live in the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley, which is Moscone West. I'm co-host Jeff Mann from Paul's Security Weekly, and I'm here today to talk to this gentleman, Idan Plotnik, who is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Apiiro.
Yeah.
Idan, welcome
Thank you very much.
to RSAC.
Thank you for having me.
First time here at RSAC?
No, so many years.
Been coming a while?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your background, how you got into cybersecurity, and then we'll talk a little bit about Apiiro.
Sure. So, as most of the Israeli entrepreneurs started as an engineer at the IDF in the cybersecurity unit, then I had sold 2 companies, the last one to Microsoft. I was the GM for software engineering and product running Defender for Identity. And I felt a challenge that it's still relevant today. And with AI, the pain is even, amplified because you still, to release software to production, you need to go through manual risk assessment questionnaires and meeting compliance requirements and scanning tools. And there are so many noisy alerts that holds back developers. They don't know what to prioritize. They don't know what to fix and how to do it. And this is what we're doing with Apiiro, as an application security platform for the AI era.
So how does that work exactly? It's a platform, you build your software within it?
Yes, absolutely. So we developed a patent technology called DCA, Deep Code Analysis. So think about, we connect to your source control manager. In a matter of hours, we automatically and continuously map all your software architecture across all changes, and then we enrich data from your own scanners, from your CMDB like ServiceNow, from your runtime environment, and then we, on top of your software architecture, we identify the risk, we prioritize, and we automatically fix them for the developers.
Interesting. And I'm old school, back when you wrote code on like paper and then typed it into a computer. But nowadays it's a lot different, lot different world. A lot of stuff's happening in the cloud. Is your platform in the cloud, or is it something that you build and then you put it in the cloud?
So the deployment option of Apiiro is, we support all large Fortune 500 companies.
Okay.
So each company has their own requirements. You can use us as a fully software as a service or deploy us on-prem. We support all the models, but at the moment you connect us to where your code is and your artifacts and your scanners and your security solutions in the cloud, then we give you a centralized risk management across all your software development lifecycle. We discovered all your AI models in code, AI frameworks. We govern them. We provide a continuous inventory of everything that you have across your software architecture automatically. And at RSA, we just announced, first ever in the industry, the ability to visualize your software architecture, to automate the threat modeling, to automate the compliance reviews, stop bothering developers with tedious questions of what you have, why you have, who added it, provide evidence to an auditor when they want, to run a PCI review. No more. Let developers focus on bringing business value to the organization.
Sure.
To release more software, to release more features in a secure manner in the AI era where everyone are using AI code assistants, and AI code assistants are, I would say, clueless and contextless of their understanding of your risk policy in your organization, of your runtime environment. So we take all this context and we enrich the AI code assistants to understand how to help developers write code that is relevant to their organizational policy and fix only vulnerabilities that has an impact, like with high impact and high likelihood on their relevant environment.
So AI is obviously the theme this year at RSAC, and I think probably just about every vendor that's here has an AI pitch or angle or solution. It's a word I don't like to use. So obviously that's part of what you guys are doing, but you also said, listeners to our show, Pulse Security Weekly, will know that you say PCI, that's a trigger word for me, because I work my day job in the PCI world. I've been a qualified security assessor, a QSA, off and on for the last 20 years, since the very beginning of PCI. Obviously, this whole world has changed in the last 20 years. I personally think that PCI forced a lot of that change. Formal processes, procedures, cleaning up your act. 20 years ago, sensitive data was everywhere, credit card information primarily, and it was being stolen a lot.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's not as prolific in terms of where you find it, but it's still a problem. And of course, PCI in the last year has updated to the latest version 4.
Yeah.
And they actually did a pretty decent job of modernizing the requirements, still preserving the overall structure, but focusing a lot more on modern architectures, the fact that so much is happening in the cloud. And
Finally,
finally,
PCI v4 is saying what we are saying in the last 5 years. When you develop software, you need an inventory. No one has an accurate inventory. So one of the critical requirements for PCI v4 is to have a continuous automated software inventory, not only an SBOM of all your open source dependencies, but all your APIs in code. Where's the PII data lies and go through your application? Where are your authentication, authorization? Are you using AI models or frameworks in the code? This is your software architecture. And the second requirement for PCI v4, which is super interesting, and we invented, I would say, the term material changes, because every day you have ten thousands of changes, depends on the number of developers and releases that you have. You cannot scan everything. You cannot test everything. You need to understand what is a material change automatically, and also provide evidence to auditors that you run the relevant security controls and security processes on these material changes. So these two requirements in PCI v4 actually amplify or expedite our sales as an AppSec platform and an ASPM platform. And we also have a continuous and automated compliance reports. One of them is PCI, and provide you an evidence when you review to make sure that the customer implemented all the controls.
Right. Now, I have to apologize to our listeners because I used to know all the PCI requirements by heart. Not that I'm proud of that, but with version 4 and they're changing the whole numbering scheme, I don't, at the top of my head, have all those new requirements. I know the one that's the inventory for software components, that is 6.3.2, which was something as I was reading your bio in the background on Apiiro, I was like, oh, we should talk about this.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you brought it up. The other one, I want to say the material changes one is, I think it's somewhere in requirement 12, because it's, for a long time, the requirement in PCI is, anytime you make a significant change to your environment, your network, what they call the cardholder data environment, you got to, make sure you're doing all the things. And they
also
they
to the code,
encapsulated that into a requirement that includes code.
Yeah.
So much of this stuff is happening in code. It's very refreshing to me to talk to vendors that actually speak PCI, because it's been a desert for most of the last 20 years. I'm curious though, since the theme and everybody's talking about AI, where do you see AI having the most, positive impact to the whole PCI framework of security, versus where do you think the pitfalls and where AI could come in and be a tool of the bad guys to really continue to go after credit card information?
So I will start by saying, before we used AI, in my head, there are two lanes: protect AI and use AI to protect everything. Okay,
Sure.
These are two different lanes.
Yep.
I will focus for a second on using AI, to protect or automate PCI verifications and stuff. So one of the biggest challenges that we learned from working with Fortune 500 companies is that you're getting, a JSON format of your SBOM, and no one knows what to do with that, okay? It's like, it's not readable, and even if it's readable, you don't understand the risk of the application that you are assessing. So what we did, we actually extended it to, and we called it XBOM, extended SBOM, that contains all your APIs in code, all your PII data, all your GenAI frameworks, all your open source dependencies, all your GenAI frameworks and AI models, and we visualize it. Why? Because I would say that AppSec and compliance, it's a data problem, okay? Not another scanner, not another, process.
Certainly not a technology problem.
Exactly. And what we did is we visualize the software architecture and we augmented automated risk assessment on top of the visualization. So when you go into an assessment, you can actually see it in your own eye and you don't need to go over JSON files, and you understand the threats, you understand the risks in a manner of minutes and not weeks or months of assessments.
Right.
And it's, by the way, it's continuous. So AI allowed us to analyze code, analyze your policies, your risk policies, analyze the frameworks and the requirements, and analyze runtime data and say, oh, just a second, you have this violation, but in runtime you have a compensating control, then it's okay. So AI allowed us to analyze a lot of data, stitch it together on a graph, okay?
Gotcha.
Okay? Understand.
So that's the visualization.
It's a
schematic.
Exactly. But you can go to our.
But you're seeing the dependencies.
Exactly. And then
right.
you can understand risk in a continuous and automated manner without asking tedious questions. And even if you ask questions, think about this. It's changing. Your software architecture changes on every minute, every code commit, every deployment, every configuration change. You cannot keep up the pace. And even if you check the box on compliance based on interviews or self-attestation processes, 5 minutes later, it's not relevant and you have a breach of compliance for PCI. Right. So that's it. We are changing this industry with AI.
The clients that I have that have to do PCI and in general, a lot of companies are balking at the new requirements because they require work and they require careful planning and thinking and you're going to make us do something that's going to find issues that we have to do something with. That's not what anybody wants.
Absolutely.
It seems.
But I want to just quickly say something on the second lane, which is protecting the usage of AI in your software, okay? So think about developers like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when open source was a huge pain. Everyone used more and more and more open source packages in your software and they were vulnerable. Same thing for AI. Now the developers are using more and more frameworks, more and more models. The attack surface expanded. So using our deep code analysis technology, we inventory everything that you have in an automatic manner at the moment the developer is actually using it. And then we govern it with our risk engine, and we can block you from getting to production early in the development lifecycle and say, hey, you are using a model or a framework that is violating our organizational policy. Stop, and this is the thing that you need to do to overcome this violation in our enterprise.
That's great. Unfortunately, we're sort of out of time. It sounds like we could talk shop all day. I'm excited to see your enthusiasm and again, the fact that you're on top of and aware of the PCI requirements, which is, it's new in version 4, really. The vendors are all of a sudden sitting up and saying, hey, we do that. But it's all we have time for today. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much.
Idan Plotnik from Apiiro. If you want to learn more about Apiiro, go to securityweekly.com/Apiiro, that's APIIRO, and then tack RSAC at the end of it, and you will get more information. So again, Idan, thank you for the time.
Thank you very
and
much
thank
for
you
having
the
me.
conversation.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Hed Kovetz, CEO and co-founder at Silverfort. Welcome, Hed.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Oh, I'm so glad you were here, and I think it's nice we're at the start. We're at the fresh point of RSAC, right? So you haven't talked out, which means that you're going to share a lot with us right now, correct?
Yeah, great.
And I am excited about this because though I don't actively work in the space, I do find identity management to be, in my view, absolutely a cornerstone of all security.
Yeah.
And now it seems as though you have a slightly different take than some. And I'm curious if you will expand on what your take is in IAM versus all the rest of identity security.
Yeah, it's I think very important topic that is, I think, has been very unclear for years, and I think that people have been thinking about identity security and IAM as basically the same thing, and I really don't see it like that. I think that identity security is really the let's say the task of protecting the identities from compromise, where IAM, or identity and access management, that's the identity infrastructure. That's just managing your identities. You know, when a new employee joins the company, you need to create an identity for them. There's a whole life cycle and things that have to do with productivity that are not really about security. And then identity security is the element of securing that. For many years we thought about it as just the same thing. You know, security was a feature of IAM. But I think that just like in other areas of security, if you think about it, endpoint security or cloud security or network security, you now have dedicated products for that, right? Securing the cloud, for example, is no longer just a feature that you get from the cloud provider. You buy a platform that
Correct.
does cloud security. And the reason for that is that you have multiple cloud providers. So when you had one, you could just buy security from them specifically, from Azure or from AWS. But since you have a few different cloud providers, you need a cloud security platform that will sit on top of all these silos. Identity is going through the same evolution now. You know, in the past it was simple. You had one type of identity on-prem. Today you have so many different identity management solutions, right? Companies have Active Directory on-prem, and they have Okta for the cloud, and they have AWS and Google and SaaS applications, and all of these islands of identity management need security, and they need unified security. And that's why finally identity security is becoming its own layer on top of all these islands of identity management.
So I want to ask your opinion on something. Yesterday I attended the keynote by Wendy Nather at B-Side San Francisco. And one part she brought out was her view that antivirus was the silver bullet that was killing correct development of software. That it started requiring, well, now let's buy something else to secure this instead of it being secure from the start or being correct from the start. So I am curious on your take with that. Do you feel like it is ever going to be possible for identity security to actually be completely handled within either the software or the infrastructure that was currently there, or will it always be something that requires an external point?
My answer might disappoint you.
Go for it, I'm here for that.
I think that it has to be a separate solution, because in order to secure identities, you need to understand the full context of what the identity is doing, right? Now, if you think about a person, you may have a few different accounts, a few different identities, one in Azure and one in Salesforce and one in your on-prem legacy environment. Now, if you think about securing each of these as just an element of that specific piece of infrastructure, you're never going to have the full context. I'll give you an example. You could today log in to one of your cloud applications using, let's say, Okta. And they have security features in there, right? They have multi-factor authentication, and they can detect bad behaviors. And let's say that they do all of that successfully, and they discover that it's really not you. It's someone else who took over your account. So they will block you, right? But you can now still log in to your other account in Azure or in the on-prem Active Directory infrastructure, because these solutions don't even talk to each other. So if you're trying to secure each of these things as just a feature of that specific infrastructure, you're not going to have the full context. I think the best analogy of that is, imagine if every type of endpoint will have its own endpoint security feature. So, Lenovo or Apple or Dell will have their own endpoint security that only protects Lenovo computers. That just doesn't give you the full context of what the organization needs.
But why, in your view, is that more required for identity security?
Because in identity, for a long time we just had one identity on-prem, our Active Directory, that was kind of the most common one. And that had the full context of what the user is doing. So we could argue that security still wasn't good, but at least it was simple. Now that people have multiple identities because of moving to the cloud, because of hybrid and multi-cloud environments, because companies acquire other companies. So you could have Okta, but then you acquire the company and they're using Ping. What do you do? It's becoming more and more complex. And then adding to that is the fact that people now can work from anywhere and they can use any device.
Any device, exactly.
So, a lot of these other security elements like network security or endpoint security are becoming less effective now. And it's almost like identity is the last line of defense. If I can log in from anywhere using any device, as long as I can prove that it's me, then it means that identity is the only thing that stops an attacker from really accessing anything that the organization have. So identity security is becoming more important. It's also becoming more complex, right? Because of all these silos. And we just need a new approach, a more consolidated approach to secure it somehow.
But what is your viewpoint or Silverfort's approach? Because it's not just those items, but literally the quantity of things that require identification. Like you mentioned that previously it was just on-prem.
Yeah.
So you just had the person, you were only identifying one person, but now will you speak more on the non-human identities and the amount of identity security that's now taking over because of that?
You're right. One of the biggest elements that is adding complexity to this problem now is non-human identities, because they are growing much faster than the number of humans in the company. Not only because you have service accounts and all kinds of different applications talking to other applications, which we've had for years. It's growing fast, but now it's going even faster with AI, because of AI agents and all these new non-human automated things that need to talk to each other and need to access your systems, and they need to do it with some identity. How do we secure that? Even the old approach that we used for years for authenticating human users, like multi-factor authentication, for example, you would get a message to your phone and you would say, yes, it's really me. How do you do that for a script or an AI agent? They don't have thumbs to click on the app, and they don't have it's not going to work. So you need a new approach. How do you even secure them? How do you even know about them? How do you even know which of your identities is a human and which is used by a non-human? It's not always that clear. How do you know what is it accessing? How do you know if it should be able to access those things? The easiest thing is to give those AI agents or those automated scripts access to anything, because you don't know for sure what they're going to need. So why not just give them access to anything? But then you're exposing yourself to huge risk. It's really a problem that is going very fast, and most organizations are not prepared to address. So now there is a lot of hype around non-human identity security, I think for a good reason.
Yes.
We've had that offering for years. I think we were one of the first to really address this problem as one of our focus areas, several years ago. But we started from where enterprises were, which was mostly on-prem, Active Directory and Azure and a few of these things. Now we just expanded, and we announced this today, we just expanded our offering to cover basically any type of non-human identity across all the big identity providers, all the big cloud infrastructure providers, even all the major SaaS applications. So even if you have somebody created an account specifically within Salesforce or within GitHub,
we can protect those too, even if they're not under some kind of centralized managed identity like an Okta or an Entra.
Really?
Yeah, we can connect directly to these SaaS applications and find all those non-human identities and secure them. But even the legacy ones, which I think is even more complex, like the Active Directory service accounts, which nobody could effectively secure, we found a way to do that also. So it's really an end-to-end solution for all of these non-human identities.
And what is that called?
So the whole platform is called the Silverfort Identity Security Platform. Specifically within that, we have many modules. I think we are at this point probably the broadest identity security platform in the market. We're doing anything from ITDR, which is detecting identity attacks, and ISPM, which is about identity exposure. We enable multi-factor authentication. We protect privilege access. We protect non-human identities, which is this module. We do identity-based segmentation. We help with least privilege and just-in-time access. It's really a very broad platform that covers all the different environments, all the different identities, all the different resources. Specifically, this product we call the non-human identity security product, which is, I think, pretty straightforward name. And where it really differentiates is first because we look at non-human identities not as a point solution, not as just an island that we need to look at specifically, but as part of the broader context of all identities. Because non-human identities, they do interact with human identities and with other resources because somebody, for example, created them. So if you created a non-human identity, if you created some account in order to run the application that you built, it's not enough for us to only look at the non-human identity. We also need to map it to you and see what you're doing and look at all of it as part of one big story. We also don't look specifically at cloud. We look at cloud and on-prem. So I think the advantage we have is just that kind of end-to-end coverage. And also the fact that we don't just give you visibility, we also have a way to enforce protection. We can prevent a non-human identity from being used outside of what it was designed for. So if you have a service account that you built and it only needs to log in from this server to this database every day, we can make it only possible to use it like that. If somebody will try to use it anywhere else, they will be blocked, which I think is really important because not only we defenders are using AI now, but attackers are using AI.
Right.
And attacks are becoming faster as a result of it, right? Attacks can happen within seconds now because they're fully automated with AI, and it's only going to get more sophisticated. This means that detection and visibility are not going to be enough because it's going to be too late. So you really need to think about real-time enforcement and prevention in the world of very fast AI-driven attacks. Detection alone is just not going to be very helpful. So we are thinking, every problem we're trying to address, we think about how do we stop attacks in real time and not just detect them.
And are there any components for Silverfort's non-human identity security that goes beyond just defending on this side and defending the NHIs that we want to be there, but is there anything specific to defending against non-human identities that are a part of an attack?
Yeah, we are looking for anyone trying to compromise a non-human identity, anyone trying to use it for lateral movement or for anything malicious. Even just, if somebody's trying to use one of these accounts to do something that is outside of what this identity was intended for. Because the good thing about most of the non-human identities is that they have a very clear purpose. Maybe nobody remembers it because the person who created them already left the company 10 years ago, but we can find it because we can see what they're actually doing, and we can tell you that this non-human identity, we see that it's only used to log in from A to B every day.
Okay.
And by helping you understand that, we can also help you understand what it should be used for and put a virtual fence around it so that nobody will be able to use it anywhere else. Now, AI agents are making that problem much more complex because AI agents are not as predictable. You don't know that they're going to log in from A to B every day. They might do something different. That's the nature of LLMs, right?
Yes.
You can predict them. So, you may have an AI agent that is only meant to do this, but one day it does something else. Is this okay? Is this just the agent learning that it needs to do, something extra? And it's a good thing, or is it not a good thing? Is it malicious? Or is it just the agent is going out of control? That's a much harder problem, and we are focused on it now, and I think that we're going to be able to build something that is really ahead of the industry in solving that problem of how do you control and restrict the access of AI agents, even in this kind of very unpredictable, very complex, fast evolving world. You still need to put some controls, because for organizations to enjoy the benefits of AI, they need to have a way to do it safely, without the AI potentially causing damage to them. So I think it's going to be a very important problem.
Absolutely, and the security teams need something that integrates where they are able to view in a broad way. So I'm assuming that like the dashboard, and I am going to also mention that you have written a playbook that is for the security teams that goes well with that. But it's fascinating to me to look at the concept of having one unified place where the security teams and security practitioners can instantaneously view, perhaps, I think we're moving through millions of non-human identities while trying to keep the human identities safe as well.
Yeah.
It's a big challenge.
Yeah, and you're right. We wrote a playbook for that because we realized that most organizations were looking at identity security as almost an afterthought until now. They were looking at it as a feature of identity management. Now that it's becoming a more important and more complex problem, organizations are trying to figure out how to do it properly. So we wrote a playbook by talking to a lot of companies. We serve more than 1,000 organizations.
Yeah.
And we worked with them to understand what is the best way to do it, and wrote a playbook that really breaks it down to the steps that you need to take, from integrating to all of your different environments and identity management solutions, to discovering all the different identities and resources, to enforcing security controls, to analyzing all of that, and make sure the whole thing is also very lightweight, so that you don't need to spend years deploying it, which was historically always the problem with identity security. The good news is there is an easy way to do it. There is a much faster way to do it now. And organizations are finally learning that there are modern ways to solve this problem.
Excellent. Now let's close on that idea of lightweight, and especially of lightweight but effective deployment. And thank you, Hed, for joining us today. To find out more about Silverfort, please visit securityweekly.com/Silverfort RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Hed, for being here. And stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from the RSAC conference, Broadcast Alley 2025. Thank you, Hed, for being here.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview is Vishal Gupta, CEO at Seclor. Welcome, Vishal.
Thanks a lot, Matt, for having me.
So we predicted earlier today when we kicked the show off that we would be talking a lot about artificial intelligence.
What?
Really? Who would have thunk it?
I would have never guessed that.
So we're going to talk AI, AI security a little bit.
Right.
Let's start with the problem statement, right? So LLMs get really popular with OpenAI, ChatGPT, it's all the rage. Everybody's trying to figure out how can I use this stuff, right? So we see some really early experiments of people trying to figure out how to leverage LLMs to build something.
Yeah.
And then everybody went, wait a minute, we haven't thought about security, so I'm going to put a policy in place that basically says, no, you can't use those things without some controls around them, right? And so we saw this big hype early on, then we kind of saw this lull. Where are we now? Just in general, like, what are you seeing out there from a usage perspective?
I think within enterprises, we see conflicts, right? Which is the productivity teams which are saying, hey, here are the big things that you can do with AI in general, LLMs more specifically, and so on. And then the security team comes in with a big Mr. No, right? Hey,
wait, we're not supposed to do that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, right? So there is a conflict here within enterprises between the productivity, let's say, gains potentially of AI versus the security risks. And right now they are getting reflected in one of these two teams winning, right? Either the business says, no, we just want to go out and explore the cost benefits, the potential upside of AI, and we are ready to live with the risks. Or they're saying, no, let's just stop AI adoption till the time we figure out this whole security and compliance piece around AI, right? So right now there's just complete polarization within the enterprise between the two extremes. And I think that's where there's a little bit of a standoff, for lack of a better word, in the enterprise world around AI adoption.
Because what I see is the business side of the house wants to figure out how to use it to innovate and drive revenue.
Yeah.
The security teams want to make sure it's secure.
Yeah.
But I can tell you from a risk quant perspective, because I do a little bit of risk quant in my day job, it's really hard to justify stopping revenue growth for maybe a potential risk, and I think we're still trying to figure out what that risk is. And so what I see a little bit, I don't disagree with you, but how can the security teams in the organization on the business side figure out how to use LLMs and AI in an effective way that doesn't create a lot of extra risk? And so that leads me into some really interesting questions like, what are the best models to use, right? Because if you think about it, when DeepSeek came out, a month and a half ago, the industry freaked out, right? They're like, whoa, DeepSeek was tuned at I don't know, something like a tenth of the cost. Anyways, so DeepSeek created this really interesting like dilemma in the market all of a sudden for people. But then you read the T's and C's and they're like, yeah, we're sending all this data to China. It's going to our servers in China, right? That's a security risk. As a security professional, I'd be like, stop. So how do you, I'm just trying to figure out like, how do you then create that balance? Like, do you see policies in place that are like, look, we can't use anything from these countries, we can only use these models because we know that they have protections? Is that?
It's not viable.
Okay.
Putting controls on AI adoption to say only these models and only these systems and only these countries and so on, it's digital finally, right? So the idea of a country itself becomes a little hazy, right?
Yeah.
Right. What do you call data going to China, right? Maybe the server is hosted somewhere else. Maybe the US company's server is hosted in Hong Kong, for example, right? And so on. So doing all of this is just too messy in my opinion.
Okay.
Right? But if you just go back and do a little back in time, and I'm older than I look, by the way, but the challenge is that if you see, there was the same conflict in many other technology adoptions in the early cycle, right? So when personal devices came into work, right? I want to bring in my phone, I want to bring in my iPad into work, right? And so on.
Right.
The security team was saying, no, let me give you the device and so on, and you'd work with this. the enterprise adoption of cloud, right? Initial responses were no. We'll host the CRM system, we'll host the ERP system, right? We'll do everything, right? And then the productivity gains of cloud adoption just won. Right, and then the security team had to adapt itself to saying, okay, now we are going to also protect cloud applications or personal devices or public networks, and right, and so on. So there is a pattern over there that finally productivity goals will win. It just takes time for security and compliance to catch up, right, to that stage, right? So peaking forward, maybe even 2 years, right? Normally I would have said 5 years, but 5 years like next generation, right?
At the rate we're going,
Yeah, exactly, right? So if you peak in even 2 years forward, chances are that every enterprise would have deployed AI in a very, very meaningful way. And the security and the compliance team will just have to
suck it up,
figure it out, right? And we have a view at Seclor, we have a view of what that world looks like, right? But the reality is there is no way you can compromise on security. There is no way you can compromise on productivity and revenue goals.
Agreed.
In the name of security.
I agree 100%. The business will always win.
Yeah.
And I think that's what security professionals have to understand. The business is going to win.
Right.
Because business guys run the business and,
exactly.
and they want to win. So.
And guess who pays the salaries?
Yeah, exactly. So I guess what do people do right? So here we are. In 2 years, we've got this under control because we use the mobile device, and so we built the MDM and we built the MAMs. Right. Then in cloud security, we built the CSPMs and we built all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
We're still early into building some of the AI security stuff, and we'll get into that in a second because I know you want to cover that. But what should businesses be doing right now to educate both the business side and the security side around the potential risks of AI?
Education is tough. Especially security education is tough because it's almost like you can get the horse to the water, right? But you can't make it drink it, right? So security education is a very, very high bar for most enterprises because to create personal incentives for people to do security or compliance is a very tall task.
We've been trying this with phishing for how many years and barely moved the needle. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm with you. Yeah.
So what happens is that as Joe from accounting, the only thing I'm interested in is how do I make sure I leave at 4 p.m. to go pick up my kids. Right. And security in that scheme of things, security is like number 17 in that priority list, right? So productivity, right, just making sure stuff gets done and so on will win every day of the week. So while education is important, and I'm by no means lessening the importance of education, I think making sure that people's need for involvement and education in the security process goes down, so the bar itself goes down, is where I think security teams' time is best spent, right? So just make sure that it's a low friction, low bar to jump over. What people are doing on a daily basis doesn't meaningfully change, either ideally at all. And security still gets implemented as a transparent technology, which is like, hey, I'm not really doing anything different today than what I was doing yesterday. If security teams can make sure that that ultimate goal is achieved, then the need for security awareness and education goes down. And Joe can go pick up his kids at 4, right? So that's the idea.
So let's talk through a set of recommended steps.
Right.
Company decides we're going to bring in an LLM, and we're going to use this LLM to enhance a business process. We'll leave it at that. Security is not going to have the ability to say no, per se.
Yep.
So what does the security team look at to try to secure with low friction that allows the business to bring that into the environment? Where do they start? What are the things what are the basic things they can do to start to build a set of security controls that will help to start to protect the environment?
Yep.
Because two things here. One, they probably don't get any say up front or have very little say up front. So they're always going to be coming from behind to try to catch up, right?
Yeah.
So with that in mind, like, where should people kind of focus the efforts then to try to secure these systems?
I think the first thing that I would advise security leaders, and I know you you cover communication and those kind of things, is to go from Mr. No to Mr. Yes. Step one. Right?
We've been saying that for 6 years on the podcast. Vishal,
Exactly.
so
Right.
I'm with
So,
you.
so the first thing that the security teams need to start saying is yes. Let's do the AI. Let's do the productivity gains, the revenue gains, whatever is the process that needs to be AI enabled. Right. Now, and then really ask themselves what is really required for security, compliance, privacy, and so on. And the answer that they will almost always get is that the only thing that they care about is data. They don't really care about the system or the network or the device or the application in which AI is enabled or any of that, right? They just care about the data, right? And therefore, if there was a way in which security compliance policies can be built into the data itself, now that gives tremendous freedom, because now you can let the data go anywhere, including inside an AI system.
Right.
Right. And AI systems have a very poor track record of implementing any sort of controls on data. So if, for example, you let the AI loose, you could query, hey, tell me the CEO's compensation package, and it'll probably tell you. Or send me the sales team's passport details, and probably tell you. Right. And it's scary how many enterprises you could do that. You just go to Copilot and just ask.
So you bring up 2 points, 2 very interesting points. So in 2015, when I wrote the strategy plan for Tenable back in the day, I said the future of security only mattered around 3 controls: application, user, and data controls.
Right.
Data being the holy grail.
Right.
If we could protect data, that's what the hackers are after. The challenge has been, and it exists in this world as well, is if you don't inventory and classify the data, how do you know how to put the protective controls around it? So how do you deal with the inventory and classification side of the data to help protect it? Because that's where everybody struggles.
So it's a 4-step process, right? So the first one is discovery, right? You need to do just discover where your data is going, because it's likely all over the place, right? The second is classification, which you talked about, right? Just being able to say, hey, lunch invitations and forward-looking financial statements are not the same. Right? Just as an example, right? And then to be able to apply differential security policies, so the lunch invitation could be public, and the forward-looking financial statement is almost as valuable as the company itself. Right? For a publicly listed company and so on. And the last but not the least is being able to track data and its usage wherever it goes, including inside an AI application or to a third party and so on. Right? So in our worldview, as long as enterprises are able to do the discover, classify, protect, and track, right? And it's not a linear thing; it's a circular thing, which is that you need to constantly do that. Go back to discover.
Well, and that's my second point. It's not only the input of the data that has to be classified; the output of the data also has to be classified, because you're generating new content that now needs to be protected as well, don't
you? And the amount of content being generated both by humans and by AI systems is just exploding. Right. So absolutely, both the input and the output. So our worldview here is that if you are able to protect and classify the input itself, and as long as the AI system respects that inputs, then these black and white choices of yes AI or no AI you can introduce many shades of gray, right? So the obvious the obvious joke missing over there, right? So you can create that 50 shades of gray over here to say, yes, I'm ready to do this much for the AI, and I will introduce this much control for the security and compliance needs, which will be very specific to the business. So what the security team is best off doing is create those choices.
Focus on the data.
Right, absolutely.
Inventory, classify, then enforce data security protections around that, both for the input and the output. And that puts you in the position to say yes.
Absolutely. So and the last bit is tracking, right? So so one is complying, and then being able to prove that you are compliant, right? Which are both big jobs.
That was great. Thanks, Vishal.
My pleasure.
To learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/SecLore RSAC. Vishal, thank you very much for joining us.
Great. Thanks a lot, Matt, for having me.
And everyone, stay tuned. We've got more interviews coming from ASC Conference 2025.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Mr. Alex Pinto, Associate Director of Threat Intelligence at Verizon Business. Welcome, Alex.
Hi, thank you, Adrian. It's nice to be here.
Lovely to be here with you. One of my favorite topics. I am like a kid on Christmas when the DBIR comes out, and there have been times when I stay up late. I want to be one of the first to get out a blog post. This year, I was fortunate enough to get an early copy, and we did a podcast together, which is great.
Yes, it was amazing.
So, in its 18th year, DBIR is adult age now. Like, are there still any surprises? I'm curious about people's expectations when it comes out. Like, some people have preformed notions of what they're going to find in the report, but it is, I think it's a good reminder that it is a somewhat unique report in that I don't think anybody else gets as many different data sources, as many different perspectives globally too, like not just the United States at all.
Correct.
Into one place on how failures occur.
Yeah, really the challenge and really the objective that we're trying to hit every year is, can we gather information from more sources that we can from all sorts of the world, from different data types even. Like if you look at our contributor list, there are companies who do vulnerability management, companies who do work around credential protection or MFA or malware companies or incident response companies, even cyber insurers. But really the challenge here is to be able to get all that and use it to make sense of what happened the previous year, right?
Yeah.
I usually talk to the folks at the team. We're like historians. We're looking at all this documentation, and we're trying to figure out what did happen. What's the narrative? What will 2024 be remembered by? That has to be memorialized in the 2025 report, right? And so the threat landscape, it changes very slowly until it doesn't, right? It's really fascinating the way that you see some very long standing trends like, oh, ransomware is up again, right? Yeah. And we get chuckles everywhere. Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah. But hey,
we've seen it go up and down though. Like that's
Correct.
Not been just up and to the right.
Correct, but it hasn't quite broken the trend yet.
Yeah.
Right, and even I remember in 2018, right, I wasn't even a part of the team yet, but I do remember this anecdote where we kept reporting on ransomware and said, oh no, we think this is going to be big because of the way it is structured, because of the way it's easy to monetize.
It's very flexible.
Right, and at the time, a lot of the other reports were like, nah, this is a flash in the pan.
Really?
Crypto mining is the thing now, which is gonna, hey.
How'd that pan out?
Well, this is why we say we're not in the prediction, right? We are in the kind of history business, right? But I mean, you can kind of see where things are going, and it becomes very easy to understand, oh, this is kind of mimicking the trajectory of this specific things that already happened, and so we should expect to see more of those.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still black swan events. There's still, things that are difficult to predict. To your point, I don't think anybody predicted generative AI rewriting everyone's roadmaps overnight. like every tech company, every security company just kind of scrapped everything they were planning on doing to check out this new technology and see what they could do with it. But
Absolutely.
It doesn't look like it's really made a huge dent in the report yet, despite everything you might see at the show here. AI is the biggest threat, is what it's going to feel like. We're now in our third year of AI just absolutely dominating this. But when I read your report, it's not dominated by AI.
Yeah, the thing you have to understand is that just like the term itself has 1,000 definitions, depending who you ask, right? It's really about which aspect of AI influencing security we're interested in talking about, right? At the DBIR, we're mainly focused on, is this being leveraged as a force multiplier or maybe opening new avenues of attack, right, to the known threat actors, to the known things, right? And in that specific realm, right, is when we haven't really found a lot of, so we did find traction, right? There is documented evidence everywhere from the platforms themselves that threat actors are using generative AI to try to augment what they're doing, but we haven't seen bottom line impact, right?
Yeah.
The example we cite on the report is about, 2 years and a half of growth on the usage of synthetic text, right? LLM generated or proto LLM generated in malicious emails like phishing and things of the like.
Which is a no-brainer use case.
Correct, but it hasn't impacted the bottom line on phishing, right? It's been roughly stable. It's not like, oh, phishing got 2 times more dangerous now because, and so there will be optimizations, there will be improvements in the margins, but there's no groundbreaking thing. If you want to hear about a groundbreaking thing, right, which are things that I think are shifting, right, have to do, again, the endpoint is mostly ransomware, but the huge shift we saw was around credential abuse being like kind of the initial access vector there, moving towards each time more into exploitation of vulnerabilities, right?
I keep hearing about info stealers, particularly on Macs, which has not been a hugely targeted platform, but when you consider that's what all the executives want to use, that's what the devs prefer, that's what the engineers prefer, that even the security people prefer Macs, right?
Yeah,
so
no, I have
makes sense to target, yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge problem. Again, info stealers is a very old technology, just like ransomware is a very old technology, right? And it has been improved a lot in the margins. And the interest in info stealers is interesting because it's kind of a cumulative effect, as in people are not worried about info stealers now because it has become a problem now. It's because it has been a problem for so long, and a lot threat actors have built like critical mass of credentials they can abuse, right, on very specific systems, right? And when they kind of play that card, have we automated the search and kind of brute forcing, quote unquote. It's not quite brute forcing because they're just credential stuffing, right? But they automate the process. Then you see huge impacts like you saw with the breaches involving the Snowflake platform, right? Snowflake wasn't breached, but because there was this critical mass of credentials that was over time built by all this info stealer activity, right? Suddenly, oh my God, didn't quite figure out that these things could happen, but just becomes, a kind of a clarion call, a very strong signal that, we should definitely be caring about those things.
Yeah, and it's that's an interesting conversation to have there around Snowflake. Like, sure, they weren't breached, but if there's systemic risk built into the product, such that over 100 of your customers get hit around the same time, are you still somewhat responsible for that?
Yeah. So specifically, I think that they were unlucky to be chosen, right? I do not think that any qualms you might have on the way that they have, should we have mandated MFA or not? I don't think there's something exclusive to them. It's not like, they messed up, and then everybody else had figured this out from the start, right? And so in that respect, I think they were unlucky to be the one chosen, but the same way that they quickly noticed and they fixed, I think everybody has the same chance, right? Everybody has the same opportunity, every single platform to maybe I should mandate MFA across the board now, right? But
you laid out the recipe in the report. Like, here's why they were chosen. Certainly, there was an aspect of luck. Like they could have chosen other companies, but the fact that there is really interesting data in there.
Of course. Yes, of course.
And you had this pattern where they were just, I think somebody told me you couldn't even enforce MFA. Like, you could turn it on, but individuals could turn off MFA on their own accounts or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not super sure on the minutia detail there.
I've heard that, but once you notice that MFA is missing, definitely a target for credit stuffing.
Again, I wouldn't demonize them, right? I think they were unlucky. We even made make a joke on the report
I'm
about.
I'm not trying to, but just viewing it like the attacker, right?
Of course.
Like
it's an opportunity.
Look at the data that's in here. Accounts aren't well protected. That's attractive.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of what your report does. Is like, help me see my infrastructure through the lens of these breaches.
Yeah, really the message that we want to put forward is that every single interface you have, right, we're really raising the kind of the alarm around third-party involvement in breaches, right, which has doubled, right, from 15%-ish to 30% at this year, right, is that you should have a plan, right? You should be sitting down with your suppliers, with your, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, all of these folks, and understanding, okay, what are the limitations of the model? Think about the shared security model from the Cloud Security Alliance, right? Okay, where does your limitation end? Where does your responsibility end? Where does mine start, right? These are known problems, right? These are things that people have already done work mapping, right? But it takes a lot of due diligence, takes a lot of work to actually make sure that all these lines are drawn very precisely, right? And I think there's a great opportunity, not even from the customers themselves, right? But also for the vendors to start that conversation, right? They should be, okay, how are we going to do our outreach campaign, all right? How can you use your accounts more securely in our platform, right? In order to minimize the risk of something like just happened last year, happen again, right?
Yeah, and it's I think a term we're hearing more and more is resilience.
Yep.
And part of that is understanding, connecting the business side to security is still something I don't see done enough. So you're talking about shared responsibility model being old, even older, a BIA, a business impact analysis.
Yes.
What does the business care about? What are they dependent on? What is the, what are the different tiers? Can we be down? Like we can't stand to be down for less than an hour with this component. Yeah. And understanding that, because your third-party risk management program has a long tail, so you've got to prioritize that. And a BIA, I think, is a great way to do that. And I'm surprised more people don't do it. That it's not a standard input to a security program.
Yeah, it's interesting because that specific concern is kind of the third pillar that we bring on the report around kind of the third-party concerns, right? Especially when you had incidents on 2024, like the one in Change Healthcare, CDK Global, right? These, if you look at what happened to them, it's your, garden variety ransomware. Yeah. However, because their availability was affected, right? The systems were down. Their customers couldn't operate, right? Health insurance couldn't charge, car dealerships couldn't sell. Across the country, right? It's really puts into perspective again, kind of the whole BIA thing you talked about, right? How much those companies were aware that, okay, I have like kind of a single point of failure here, right? And again, this is not some sort of, we shouldn't be automating all this business critical. No, the nature of business today is to try to find those kinds of efficiencies, right? But sometimes in the rush to find the efficiencies, right, we don't quite understand some of the risks that might be involved in it, right? And so,
well, the other component of resilience is agility.
Correct.
Right. If this supplier went away tomorrow, and it's something that you rely on day to day for operations, how quickly could you make that shift?
Yes.
And a lot of that it has to do with your architecture. So CrowdStrike, I think, is another interesting example here where it wasn't a data breach, but it was an incident. It was an availability incident for a lot of companies, and led a lot of companies to have to think about, okay, like this is, and it was kind of a black swan event.
Yes, that certainly was one of those.
Yeah,
yes.
It's where I don't think anybody anticipated that or even realized how much CrowdStrike, that Falcon host product was touching.
Yeah. Well, if anything, it was a huge ad because now you see how many customers they have.
Yeah, yeah. And I thought that was really interesting. Like again, with humans are bad at predicting. So many people with the hot takes on, CrowdStrike is done now. They're finished. They're never going to come back.
Not.
Like, no, that makes no sense. Like,
yeah, but again, it's about if you never mess up, if you're a vendor and you never mess up. Your customers can never fully trust you. Yeah. Maybe it's 9% trust, but if you mess up and you handle it correctly, that's what 100% trust is.
That's
what I mean?
You have to mess up well.
Yes.
You have to fail
Which is
gracefully.
Hard. Yes,
you must fail gracefully.
Yeah. But I think that, look, if the examples of CrowdStrike, the examples of Change Healthcare help people be more, also, I mean, again, we talk a lot about the cybers, right? Yeah. A lot of what we see on the show floor fears about the cybers, and they're going to break in, and there's malware, and there's the next flavor of whatever they are. But availability is a huge concern. It's something, it's core. You cannot, protecting something means it has to keep running, right? And we always try to bring kind of the what we talked in the report kind of back to the ground floor level, right? It's not all nation state. It's not all, this dastardly vulnerabilities. No, there's a lot of errors. Somebody tripped on the power cord kind of stuff, It happens,
A lot,
and
a
it's
lot of
very
people don't
damaged.
even think about that part.
Correct.
Like they're only interested in the breaches. But yeah, so many non-malicious errors that result in all kinds of
Correct.
incidents.
Yeah.
So as we wrap up, I think there's like 4 main areas. Do you want to summarize the report, and then we'll wrap up the conversation?
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I think we touched on all of them
Wait,
or most of them, but let's
it
go
would be
over
good to go
of
down the
course,
list,
Of course,
yeah.
So main finding that we want to talk about is really the growth of third-party exploitation. Sorry, excuse me, third-party involvement in breaches. They were not the ones exploiting. Yeah. There are some, not a lot, but so went from 15 to 30%, and there's like kind of a few pillars there, right? We talked about the vulnerability management piece, right? A lot of these are, I bought a specific solution from a company and that solution was found to be vulnerable, right? It was especially hard this year, right? There was a lot to talk about for sure, given that if you look at 2023, it was mostly like move it and file servers, whereas in 2024, edge of network devices, right? So your firewalls, your VPNs, and those you cannot say, just put it behind the firewall. You are the firewall, right?
Yeah, that's our whole purpose,
correct.
Is to be exposed.
Exactly. A lot of concern there. We talk a lot about that. It's something that I think people need to really pay attention. We do the info stealer piece, right? Credentials associated kind of with the Snowflake story, really brought it to the prominence, right? And we talk a little bit about the availability piece too, even though we don't really go into a deep dive right now. But it's really important to understand how those relationships, they touch everything, right? At what we're trying to do, right? If you thought defending your own organization was hard, right? I have bad news for you, right? You also have to think about all those interfaces.
Yeah.
But again, it's solvable. It requires communication, requires partnership, right? And this is really what we're trying to advocate. We're really kind of a glass half full people at the DBIR, right?
Nice.
Maybe we're naive, but we try to be hopeful, right? And we try to at least signal that, okay, there are ways out here. They might not be easy, but there's definitely stuff that anybody can do. Just like you finish reading the report, okay, this is what I should do this year to kind of try to be a little bit better for next year.
So third-party credentials, I think ransomware was one of them?
Ransomware was,
and then what was the
vulnerability management piece around the edge device.
Exploitation.
Exploitation,
yes. That's right. All right. Thank you so much for joining me today, Alex.
Of course,
this has been great. Always love talking with you. To find out more about Verizon Business, please visit securityweekly.com/Verizon RSAC. For all RSA 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Alex, for the conversation.
Thanks for having me.
Love chatting with you. Stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from the RSA Conference 2025. Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio and Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for this interview is Jason Mical, Field CTO at Devo. Welcome, Jason.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So very interesting conversation today. Unfortunately, we only have 2 spots up here. It would have been nice to have Fred from Detecteam up here, but really looking forward to talking about this partnership here. So I think starting off, it would be good, just in case people don't know what Devo does, don't know what Detecteam does, if you could just give us the spiel there, the elevator pitch for both companies.
So from a Devo perspective, we are a security data analytics platform, and we snapped on a foundation of threat detection and incident response to be able to streamline the day in the life of SOC operators. And the nice thing about that as well is Devo's data agnostic, so you can ingest any data type, structured or unstructured, and be able to leverage that to monitor for any type of situation you want, whether it's cyber, fraud, compliance, whatever the necessary things may be. So it really is a streaming data analytics platform, so you're not having to wait for data processing, indexing, and all that. Really is enabling real-time threat detection for organizations.
Yeah, you're applying that rules as the data comes through.
Absolutely, in real time. And as far as the tech team, of course, their mode of operation is being able to generate real-world life attack scenarios on the fly using AI to ingest any kind of threat report, like from CISA or any source for that matter, and be able to extract all the TTPs out of it in a matter of seconds.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And being able to produce a simulation of that attack.
Okay.
And as we all know, when these threat reports show up on people's bows, the CISO comes to their teams and say, are we ready for this new ransomware campaign or whatever it might be? And they get that deer in headlight look.
Yeah.
They're like, well, I got to get back to you, and they got to spend hours and hours reading that report, and then hours and days, if not sometimes weeks, depending on the complexity of how do we build the rules to make sure we can detect this new attack.
Yeah.
Well, that is a broken process. Nowadays, there is the capabilities to automate and streamline that process. But it doesn't end there, because at the point where you can finally figure out the TTPs and IOCs and all of that, how do you test it? The worst thing that organizations have to traditionally deal with is we built these new rules and we won't know if they're really working until it hits us.
Until we get attacked.
And we don't want to be figuring out, are we covered when the attack is on our doorstep? So this is the Detecteam engine is allowing the organizations to continuously assess and determine, are my detection rules up to date? Are they being modified when new modifications or variants or changes in this new attack occurs? Because we all know, especially like in a ransomware campaign or any type of traditional attack, the underlying code is always the same. It's repurposed. They change some techniques or tactics, but there's always foundational stuff there. And a majority of the attack sim things are like, well, look for this hash, look for this IOC. And if they change it, then you're like, it's very easy to change. So then you're kind of like, oh, we're covered, but then they tweak it for the subvert detections.
Evasions are very easy.
Very much so. So that's the real big power of the Detecteam engine, is being able to see if there's a new modification or a variant, make sure you're up to date, your detection rules get automatically updated, and you can simulate it to make sure that, not just your detections are there, but your incident response playbooks. Right. What are my playbooks kept up to date to be able to respond automatically and efficiently?
Yeah. So two really important things I see there. One is not everybody can afford the detection engineering talent that they need.
Right.
So I think it's super important for vendors to be able to provide that.
Yes.
And then the other side of that, a lot of security people just don't have engineering backgrounds. They don't think about quality assurance and testing their stuff. Like an example I often use is from the Equifax breach. The company did a lot right. They were very quick to respond. They knew it was a concern. The emerging threats team produced a snort rule to detect an attack against the Struts 2 vulnerability, and they handed it off to the SecOps team who deployed the snort rule. Neither team thought to test it to see if it worked, and it did not work.
Right, exactly.
So, a very important component here to have that kind of feedback loop, because even existing rules, I imagine, you've got to go back and test those because the data itself might change.
Right.
You know, that you're streaming into the platform, that you're changing. Oftentimes, different logs, events, and things like that, you upgrade to a new major version of something. You know, I remember from managing SIMs back in the day where you had to have a parser for everything.
Yes.
You know, it was a bad day when you found out one of your major platforms had a new log format.
Right.
You know, then somebody would have to go back and rewrite the parser.
Yes,
you
exactly.
know? And until they did that, we couldn't do anything with that data.
Right.
That data was useless to us.
Right. And even if it fired some type of high-level alert, if the data that's produced to the analyst is not parsed correctly, I don't know what to do with this thing. So yes, that's a never-ending battle for the engineering and the analysts.
And if that detection rule is expecting an IP address to be in this format, in this field,
right,
in a certain way, and that changes, those detection rules can start failing without you being aware. And you don't want things to fail silently.
Right, especially when it's actually hitting your bow.
Yeah. So let's see here. So yeah, how does that integration work? Is it pretty simple integration for people to implement?
It really is. The nice thing about
plug
this,
together easily?
Yes, the nice thing about it is both are SaaS solutions. So bottom line is when you spin up your environment like the Devo security analytics platform, you create a user account with the access necessary for API connections to the Detecteam tenant. And it does it from twofold. One, it's going to be able to automatically deploy the detection rules when they get created, but also be able to send the data to the SIM to make sure the rules are working. It's very simple, but another unique thing that I think is very powerful for the Detecteam side of it is when you configure and you say, I'm going to launch this simulation, you can also, before you launch it, go into the simulator library and say, this is my my technology stack in my environment. This is my EDR, this is my firewall, this is my proxy, this is my blah, 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 blah. So that way, when you launch the simulation, it's 100% replicating what it would look like live in your environment. So it's just not throwing IOCs and data, it's 100% replicating what this thing's gonna look like. So that's a very, very compelling piece of it. But once you go in and configure the tech stack, you go in and configure the APIs, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
And then you launch simulations on the fly, you can build your own simulations if you had custom use cases in it that you needed, like insider threat or whatever, application monitor, whatever the scenario might be, you can customize on the fly your own attack simulations in Detecteam. But the nice thing is, because of this integration is so strong, if it generates the data sources from the telemetry selections you choose, the parsing's already there. It knows how to send the data in the right format so the detection rules will fire, and the presentation layer is parsed out so the analyst can get the context they need.
Right. Yeah, and just thinking about the workflow from the analysts themselves, you know, this kind of elevates the type of stuff they're doing day to day.
It does.
Right? You know, and instead of spending as much time writing the code for the detection, things like that, what do you see them doing, and what's the cadence of using the product? Is this something where you find people on a weekly basis, they're generating new detections, they're testing them? Is it a daily thing?
That's a good point. So there's multiple use cases in that environment. One could be if there's a new thing that hit the wild. I got to load this thing in and let the tools do it.
That triggers activity.
That triggers activity. But secondly, Detecteam comes out of the box with a very large library of simulations. They're always monitoring the new attacks in the wild, so they'll create their own out-of-the-box simulations. So think of purple teaming exercises, or tabletop exercise or things like that. People schedule and do those on a regular basis, right? Well, the thing about this is you could say, all right, once a week, once a month, once a quarter, I'm going to launch a handful of attacks to make sure our detections are current, but also our incident response and incident handling procedures are current. So that's a regular thing, because if you're not doing that as a security operations center and you're just waiting for something to hit you, that's the worst time to fine tune. So it needs to be reoccurring regularly. But then again, the nice thing is that having the flexibility that when something new hits the wild, it takes me seconds to generate it and test it instead of weeks, if not months, to do it.
And as you mentioned purple teaming, I imagine this is like a really good intermediate step to get you ready for actual humans to come in and do the pen tests, purple teaming, that kind of thing. And that's, as a former pen tester, that was something that was really frustrating to me, that a lot of folks didn't leverage their pen test as an opportunity to test their ability to detect attacks. Like you create I'd create a domain admin account or turn off antivirus on an endpoint or something like that. I know there's alerts telling them that these things are happening, but nobody sees it.
Exactly.
And it also addresses, I think, one of the biggest issues, one of the biggest gaps we see is we'll see vendors come out and say, we detected SolarWinds or something like that. Sure, you can detect everything if you just turn on all the logs. So, yeah, technically, it's there somewhere.
Yes.
But if a human doesn't see it, it doesn't count.
That's right. And that's in two things with that situation. One, we've always heard for decades about the alert fatigue problem.
Yeah.
Right? Well, there's another fatigue problem that the industry faces is threat intel fatigue.
Yeah.
Right? So they have the ability to extract automatically the newest, latest, and greatest threat intelligence, being able to automatically and dynamically create the rules and test them is really streamlining the security operations centers. But more importantly is, we all know tier one analysts are being fried and burnt regularly. So this is going to enable them to truly test their triage, their automations, their incident response functions and capabilities and skills, instead of having to worry about management of rules.
Yeah.
I mean, those are old school methodologies of how much time do we have to waste and not waste, but spend on engineering of the SIM. There's technology like we have today that can eliminate that barrier and really let them focus on the more important things of making sure they can respond.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, we're seeing MSSPs used as, just a general, like we should, everybody's got to build the same detections. Everybody's got to detect the same attacks. Like attackers, they do these little evasions, but the core of the attack, as you mentioned before, it stays the same over and over. So I push back against that. Like attacks are constantly evolving. Yeah, I guess you can say, and maybe that kind of evolution where it's very small changes over time. Right.
Agreed.
It's not vastly different from day to day. They're still stealing credentials. They're still exploiting the same stuff.
Yep.
I was just talking to Alex Pinto from looking at the DBIR report. We can see it not necessarily getting more sophisticated. Same stuff works.
Yes.
It
does.
And unless we get better at this, they don't need to.
Right.
They don't need to significantly change.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
But yeah, love the automation, the orchestration, the integration between the two of them, because it's just way too much manual stuff still going on.
It is. I mean, we've lived in, when SOAR hit the market years ago, everyone was like, okay, we can automate a lot of the mundane steps. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Yeah.
And a lot of people struggled with fine-tuning or creating the playbooks, and it still is a problem for a lot of organizations today. But there was never the thought about automating the detection process.
Yeah.
And we're at a stage now, it's 2025, we need to be at that stage now. Yeah. So you mentioned a good point, the MSSPs, that's a huge vertical market for Devo.
Oh yeah.
It's huge because we have multi-tenancy out of the box, and with the capabilities we have for our managed service providers and MDR providers. This is another very powerful thing, is they like to sell their secret sauce of building their detection rules, but at least now the Detecteam engine can test them.
Yeah.
Right, and they could go to their customers and offer as a service to say, every quarter per our SLA, we're going to do a threat assessment and detection assessment for you. FYI, we're doing it on the 30th of this month, and we're going to launch multiple attacks just to show that we got you covered.
Yeah.
So that's also very important space for us, is making sure our partners in the MSSP and MDR arena are spot on and can meet the SLAs that they agree to.
Yeah, and that's a kind of do once, share, use many model.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense for 100,000 organizations to create their own artisanal detections, all for the same attack, all from the same ransomware threat actor.
Right.
It just makes absolutely no sense. We should, do more of this, figuring out how to benefit, build once, use many.
Right. Well, think about it. We've been in the industry a long time. When we first were doing incident response and we found IOCs, we would shove them under the carpet. We do our own little thing so it doesn't hit us twice, but we didn't share.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately now in the industry, we're sharing the threat intelligence, but we're not sharing detection rules.
Yeah.
Right? And that's where the arena needs to be now is, and that's something that Devo's also focusing on, is the things that Detecteam is doing for us, we'll put it into the Devo tenant that it's configured with, but also if we identify that it's a worldwide situation and our user community at large would benefit from it, we have what we call Exchange, which we would upload those detection rules into Exchange and share it to all of our users.
Yeah.
Because we're all in the same battle together, right?
Yeah.
Share it, like you said.
And it's a great point. It's I gave a talk yesterday, and one of the highlights, one of the main points of it was attacks are public, defenses are private.
That's right. That's right.
We need to share more.
Absolutely.
So you basically, that was the crux of that slide that I had, which was I think the most important slide
Absolutely.
in that talk.
Absolutely.
So excellent stuff. Thank you so much, Jason, for joining me today and having this conversation.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Be safe, everyone.
To find out more about Devo, please visit securityweekly.com/Devo RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah. Stick around.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview is Vivek Ramachandran. He's the founder and CEO at SquareX. Welcome, Vivek.
Thanks so much for having me on the show. Super excited to be back again.
Yes. Well, we're going to talk about Year of Browser Bugs, but before we get to the initiative, let's talk the browser landscape for a second, right? So I'm a big app user data guy. Applications, most now are accessed via the browser. What's been happening from a browser attack surface?
That's a great question. So the browser has become the new endpoint, and as you rightly said, local apps are now cloud apps, local storage is cloud storage.
Right.
Also, all identity sits within the browser now, because every single enterprise user uses the browser to access resources. And this is really where, what's been happening in the last few years is attackers are starting to realize that the keys to the kingdom sit within the browser. And the browser has slowly started to become an initial attack vector, which is being increasingly exploited. Now, a big tailwind in this is also the fact that browser vendors have been constantly updating browsers. So now you have newer technologies like WebAssembly, WebRTC, WebSocket, gRPC, and whatnot. And really, this is breaking down existing solutions like SASE SSE, which sit in the cloud, and for the past decade have been happily, just looking at traffic and being able to reconstruct what happens at the application layer.
Right.
They can't do that anymore. And that's the big paradigm shift, is attackers know this, now they are sliding attacks through the browser.
Oh, interesting. So what we traditionally would do is put a secure web gateway in front of my app, and it would catch everything for me. Not anymore.
Not anymore. And the simple reason is secure web gateways were invented almost a decade back.
Yeah. Maybe even a little longer.
Yeah, probably a little longer. And those were times when browsers were very simple website renderers.
Yeah.
And you could still look at network traffic and reconstruct what is happening at the application layer. But now you have complex UI frameworks. Everything is a binary protocol. Things need to be more real time.
Yeah.
And because of all of this, traffic coming in from the browser is no longer simplistic. You really cannot sit in the cloud, just look at that traffic, which is really flat coming from every browser tab all at the same time, and try to figure out, hey, what is the user really doing here? Is he clicking on a link? Is this a double click jacking attack? Is this something getting downloaded? Because much of secure web gateway technology was looking at the headers to figure out something's downloading.
Right.
But now everything goes through WebSocket. That's a binary channel. You don't know where a file started or ended. You really don't even know that a file is being sent.
Yeah.
And so last year at DEF CON main stage, we spoke about last mile reassembly. And this was really, death by 1,000 cuts for secure web gateways.
Got it. Now, what's lacking in the native browsers that you need something different, right? Because everybody's using Chromium basically through the Chrome ecosystem. Why don't the browsers do this themselves? What's lacking there in the browser technology?
Great question once again. So Matthew, all of these browsers were originally built for just consumers. The whole idea was, let's maximize user experience. Let's make it super easy for a user to be able to onboard himself to a browser and be able to just do what he has to do, right? It was supposed to be for our grandparents, my dad, people who aren't very tech conversant. So by definition, because user experience was the only North Star, there was a massive lack of any form of security controls, because no one ever expected 20, 25 years back that the browser is the enterprise's new infrastructure.
Yeah, it's like the entry to almost every enterprise application out there.
Exactly. So SaaS apps, web apps, whatnot. And if you look at people in their 20s, they don't even use Outlook Express anymore. It's all just webmail, Office 365.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, we used to have Exchange servers and all that other fun stuff. So what is the initiative around Year of Browser Bugs?
So, I kind of go long back. I've been in cybersecurity 20 years, and HD Moore had started this month of browser bugs, I think 17 years back. And the whole idea there was every single day of the month, they would go publish vulnerabilities in web browsers. But those were software exploits, because back in the day, you could just run a fuzzer and find all of these security vulnerabilities.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So we took inspiration from that, and we said, look, software vulnerabilities has been reasonably in control, but application layer controls being missing there are so many different business logic attacks, browser extension attacks, which you can orchestrate, but they aren't technically a browser software bug.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
So that's when we said, why not go back to the old roots, because all old is new now.
Yeah, right.
And let's go ahead and have this whole month of browser bugs initiative. And the whole idea is every month, SquareX researchers are actively finding newer architectural vulnerabilities in browsers in general, and we are publishing it online, telling browser vendors how to fix it, what has to be done. We've already run it for a couple of months. Browser sync jacking, polymorphic extensions, browser native ransomware, all of this has been found, put out there, and hopefully this is helping browsers get more secure.
Yeah, so what is like the foundational, are there a set of attacks that people should focus on first? Like it's kind of the low-hanging fruit of browser security.
Yes. So the lowest hanging fruit at this point in time, because most enterprises don't manage their browsers, is browser extensions.
Got it.
Almost every employee is going and just installing those extensions. And any time that there is, let's say, a new announcement in AI that OpenAI comes up with a new version of ChatGPT.
Or DeepSeek.
Or DeepSeek.
Yeah, let's go DeepSeek.
Attackers are putting it out there in social media and saying, if you install this browser extension, we can give you free access to the premium version. And this is causing that frenzy because everybody in the enterprise wants to use these AI tools to summarize, build documents and whatnot. They go install it, and because enterprises don't monitor the browser, they don't even know these browser extensions
exist.
Yes, and in my mind, extensions are akin to untrusted applications of the endpoint world.
Right.
And they have access to everything in the browser. They can read data, session, they can go ahead, hijack, do things on behalf of the user. So it's as good as you've taken over the browser.
Interesting, because we were earlier talking about kind of the evolution of AI, and we talked through bring your own device, right? Unmanaged devices was a thing, right? And nobody would let them on your networks until they found a way to manage them, so we evolved into MDM and MAM technologies, right? We had the same thing with the endpoints and in other areas. We see the same thing now with the browser, right? So the browser is now the unmanaged asset in the environment that creates an attack path, a very important attack path because it can get access to critical applications. So is this where the browser security markets is evolving, is because we need to do something to manage these browsers?
Exactly. And the browser is the wild, wild west, and here's another big reason why. We are so used to in the enterprise to be in full control of every application we deploy.
Yeah.
So when a newer version of an application comes, you decide whether to deploy it or not.
Right.
But the browser completely breaks all of these rules. Just remind yourself of the number of times Chrome tells you to update in a month.
I know.
So which means the applications are changing all the time. As an enterprise, you have zero control. And this is really where what we are starting to see is as attackers are starting to exploit this more and more, enterprises now have a heightened sense of awareness that there's a massive visibility gap in the browser. There are so many attacks which can live and die the entire life cycle within the browser itself, identity attacks and whatnot, and hence it's important to level up and actually have browser native security, which is tools which can natively sit within the browser, secure it, give you that visibility, block attacks right there, dead in the tracks.
Right. So we can force an operating system update, not necessarily force a browser update. And Chrome does a pretty good job of telling you when there is one. Sometimes it'll just do it anyways. But then it goes from green to yellow to red, and eventually you realize, oh yeah, I should really restart my browser. But that leaves a pretty big window for potential attacks to happen, right?
Absolutely. So one is definitely the whole software vulnerabilities themselves.
Yeah.
The other is users just using the browser to just callously flaunt every single policy that you have. I'll give you the most common example, single sign-on. Almost every employee uses that as a convenience feature to sign up on random websites.
Oh yeah.
Because hey, sign in with Google, sign in with Microsoft. And this is really where your corporate IT, your shadow SaaS is actually expanding its footprint via the browser. And because you have no visibility, you really don't know what's happening in there.
Exactly. I think about that now, right? Like, I want to log into this application, just log in via Google.
Exactly.
Boom, done.
Yes.
But what you don't understand as a user necessarily is the potential downstream risk of doing that. And so now you've created a new attack vector.
Absolutely. And I think once enterprise identity leaks to all of those third-party websites, there's very little you can do. Now, I can give you an example of a very worrisome attack. Almost all employees tend to go online and try to find tools where they could upload a document and get a PDF.
Right.
Because most employers don't want to get you a PDF conversion license.
Right, the OCR license, yeah.
So what attackers are doing is they are putting up these ads, and this is all your malvertising, and then targeting specific employee locations by city with those ads, and having you sign in with Google. So now here's what's happening. An average employee goes in, signs up with Google, uploads a document. In that third-party app which the attacker controls, everything just works perfectly, but now the attacker knows your organization, the name of the employee, and what document he just converted.
Right.
And so we are seeing a lot of this.
So do you use that now to create a potential phishing or business email compromise attack, right? Because what you've done is you've given up some data, you've given up the organization, you got a valid email address. Like, can you now craft some really interesting social engineering attacks off of that?
Exactly, absolutely. Because here's what's happened. You signed up on the third-party SaaS app. The attacker has sent you an email to have you confirm your email, which means now all your spam filters have gone ahead and accepted that as a trusted domain. And then most of the time when people create these documents, they want to share it with other people. So many of these tools even have share inside your organization. And that becomes an easy way for an attacker to then laterally start growing within the organization, kind of breaking in. So this is something we are seeing more and more, is rather than using those plain vanilla broken English spear phishing emails, just use these apps, which everyone in the organization is searching online for.
Right. So what do you, we've got your browser security field manual here, and I need you to sign it when we're done, but how would you recommend an organization to go through and start to build a secure browser environment? Like, what are the steps they should take?
So I think to begin with, start managing your browsers like yesterday. Almost every single browser allows you to do central management, just like mobile devices. And this is something you can do. Chrome has Chrome Enterprise, Edge has the same. Even Firefox and Safari, kind of lend you to some level of remote management. Once you do that, lock down what essentially you don't need. As a simple example, if you're a bank, you probably don't want people installing random extensions. So immediately lock in and harden the browser. Now beyond that, you probably want a browser native security product to go ahead, give you that extra visibility. SquareX, a bunch of other folks have been building something similar. And that is really where now you're kind of building that whole layered approach to security, is manage the infrastructure,
so essentially manage all the browsers.
Harden.
Limit what you can install, right? Just like if you don't have admin privileges, you can't install software. It's basically the same thing in the browser, right? Just not allow them to add extensions, and then layer in a browser security product. Now, are those products basically browser plugins themselves then? But so, just trusted ones, right?
So what's been happening is, I think there has been like this whole split between should you have a dedicated browser, or should you go ahead and integrate with existing browsers? And what I typically tell CISOs is, look, if browser is the new infrastructure, you don't want to own infrastructure. Because at any point something goes wrong on a website, there is a user experience issue, the security team gets blamed. Instead, if you're deploying a browser extension, you are controlling and securing the browser infrastructure. And browser extensions are totally silent, sit in the background, nothing really changes in the main browser. The user experience is identical. So just like you're deploying an endpoint EDR agent, which just runs in the background and secures you, secure browser extensions can convert any browser into a fully secure managed browser, giving you full visibility into what's going on and block attacks right there.
So keep your Chrome, keep your Edge, keep your whatever, Mozilla, Firefox stuff, keep what you're using, essentially manage it, harden it, and then layer in security on top of that. Then you'll have a much better secure browser environment.
Exactly, and the exact analogy I would use is, this is what we've been doing at the endpoint for the last 25 years, right? You want to be operating system agnostic. Regardless of whether it's Windows, Linux, or Mac, you want your EDR just to run, give you the same level of coverage and depth and attack visibility regardless. And this is exactly what needs to happen in the browser space as well, if we all believe in the thesis that the browser is the new endpoint.
So do you call this market browser detection and response?
I would love to call this market that, and SquareX is trying to pioneer browser detection response, and the whole idea is building an EDR for the browser. So if we say we are, a browser is the new endpoint, then you require an EDR for that endpoint. Right. That's what we are building.
Perfect. Thank you, Vivek.
Thank you so much.
If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/SquareX RSAC. Vivek, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Everyone, stay tuned. We have more interviews coming up.
Welcome to RSA Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and joining me for this interview is Rob Allen, Chief Product Officer at ThreatLocker. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you, Mandy. Good to be here.
Yes, you had a little bit of a harrowing experience getting here.
I don't want to speak about it, to be honest. It's too fresh. It's too fresh, but we're here now, and that's all that's important.
It is, and I am incredibly curious because going back to the title of what ThreatLocker wants to bring out to our audience today, it is securing the overlap where endpoint meets cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my understanding with ThreatLocker being completely focused on endpoint security, how and why are you feeling like you've got to pivot to cloud right now?
I wouldn't describe it as a pivot to cloud.
Okay.
I would describe it as solving some of the problems with cloud that our customers have. I mean, we are an endpoint protection platform. Our focus has always been on the endpoint, 100% on the endpoint, because realistically, that's where most of the action happens. It's where most cyber attacks start. But equally, customers have concerns. They have aspects of their infrastructure that they're worried about. I mean, Office 365 is probably the biggest one right now because a lot of organizations use it, and it's a prime target for bad guys. So it's one of the things that we have tried to address for our customers. Again, a lot of the developments that we make, a lot of the things that we do come from customers saying, hey, it's really cool all of those other things you do, but could you do this as well?
Okay.
And some of the could you do this is our crazy talk and things that we can't do or we're not going to do, but some of them are logical extensions of everything else that we do, and helping people to secure their cloud environments is one of them.
That's interesting, because I was actually curious on whether or not you as a company had gone, hey, so many people use Microsoft 365, we need to also pay attention to this, or it sounds more like it came from the customers.
It's a bit of both.
Okay.
It's a bit of both. With most good ideas, we kind of have inklings of where people's problems are, but equally customers say, hey, it would be cool if you could do this as well. I mean, even we look at ourselves as a customer because we use our own software, we use our endpoint protection, obviously, we use Office 365. Office 365, how would I put this, is always a concern. I mean, there's so much information out there. I mean, you're a stolen token away from a data breach in a lot of cases. I mean, in my previous life, I worked for an IT company back home in Ireland before I joined ThreatLocker, and again, stolen credentials, phish credentials, email takeover. I mean, I won't say it was a daily occurrence, but it was quite a regular occurrence. And I mean, over there, you've got GDPR to worry about, you've got data protection laws that you need to concern yourselves with, but I mean, it's the same here. The problem is the same. And despite all the attempts, it's not one that's been solved. Because, I mean, saying, 2FA everything. Absolutely, everybody should 2FA everything. But even as an organization, I mean, we've got 550, 600 staff. Not all of them have phones. So 2FAing all of them is not that easy. And as I said, even if you do have 2FA, then token theft is a serious concern for a lot of organizations as well. So it's something we can help with our cloud control.
Absolutely, and I'm also curious now, I got to attend Zero Trust World, which was fantastic, and one of my highlights was speaking with your special projects team.
Yes.
And of course I had a lot of questions about ring fencing and about other aspects, so I'm curious, whenever you saw this rise, this need, and go, wow, we need this, did you feel like you already had the staff in place that was going to handle it technically? Yes?
Oh, absolutely,
yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're very much of a mindset of if we need to make something, if we need to do something, we will build it. We've got an incredible development team. They can turn things around, as quickly as any. We've got, as you said, the special projects team are incredible.
That's fantastic.
And look, they have the best job in the world because people just throw wild things at them and say, go and investigate this, or how do we solve this problem? I mean, a lot of this actually started with, we were looking at doing storage control policies, which is an existing part of the platform around protecting access to tokens.
Okay.
So one of the jobs that we gave to the special ops team was to go and make token theft happen.
Okay.
So, write some Python scripts, do whatever you need to do to demonstrate how easy it is to steal tokens. So off they did, came back a few hours later going, yeah, we've replicated this now, here's my Git, I'm going to steal this token, and here's my Git in another machine without having to log in. And we're like, oh, okay. So yeah, they've got a really cool job, but they're really cool guys as well.
Oh, they were fantastic, and they they humored all of my questions because I came with some of the white papers I had really dug into,
Yes.
and I am happy to see really like ThreatLocker's posturing for being able to respond to this and really take on Microsoft 365 tenant protection.
Absolutely, but it's not just the plan for us ultimately is not just to be able to help people protect Microsoft 365. It's anything that you can do conditional access or limit by IP address.
Okay.
So we're looking at doing Git, for example. It's something, again, we use ourselves. It's something that you're able to lock down access by IP addresses. And the whole idea behind our cloud control is that we're going to be able to take the IP addresses that we're gathering from people's machines and people's phones, and we're going to be able to send them to whatever cloud service it is and say, hey, allow these IP addresses connect and block everything else. I mean, it's pretty much, it's a mirror image of what we do with network control. It's just expanding that idea of network control to cloud. So network control, general idea is to block by default and permit by exception. So only allow the devices dynamically that need to connect. This is exactly the same thing, but for cloud services. So as I said, we're looking at doing Git, we're looking at doing G Suite, we're looking at expanding into other cloud services that will allow or be able to take those IP addresses in and allow access to them.
Excellent. Now I'm trying to work out in my mind how this enhances, or what additional help does this give to your customers with the rise of non-human agents across every I don't want to say silo domain, it's just like across every single thing that is attached to the internet.
Yes.
So with the rise of non-human agents, do you feel like that has changed endpoint protection or your focus, or is it still just low block by default and you still have the same?
The beauty about the approach that we take, the beauty about the deny by default, permit by exception approach is that generally speaking, you don't need to respond to individual threats or individual tactics or individual techniques, or whether it's coming through AI or whether it's coming through a human being. I mean, fundamentally the principle is the same and the solution is basically the same. So that gives us as an organization a lot of freedom, and rather than having to respond to each individual threat, each new thing that's happening, we know that denying by default, the reality is it's probably going to stop it anyway.
Right.
So it gives us a lot of freedom to look at other ways that we can expand on that concept. So as I said, the likes of storage control, it's the same principle. It's restricting access programmatically, or what programs can access what data. It's like, as I said, network control. We're blocking inbound network connections dynamically, or allowing rather inbound network connections dynamically and blocking everything else. So it's just new ways of expanding on that same core concept of default deny.
So my understanding is you have 3 separate products, right? Cloud Control, Cloud Detect, and Patch Management. Now, is Patch Management a separate product?
Patch Management is a separate product, yes.
Okay. And can you explain more of what that is?
Sure. So Patch Management, the reason we decided to do Patch Management, and again, a lot of these things that we end up doing are kind of logical extensions of what we're doing anyway. Right. So obviously network control, as I said, it was a logical extension. Patch management, the reason it's a logical extension of what we're doing is we see all the files that are in a system. We see everything that's being executed within an environment. Your traditional patch management system, and full disclosure, we used a third-party patch management solution ourselves, which for the last 6 months has been going, everything is fine. Oh. Nothing needs patching, everything is up to date, you've got nothing to worry about. And we were like, okay, that's fine. We turned our own patch management system, which, as I said, is looking at the individual hashes of the files rather than what's in the registry and add remove programs. And we discovered that we had 413 machines running 28 out-of-date pieces of software. But it's, again, comes from the visibility. It comes from the fact that we can see everything. We know what's on your machine. We know what's running on your machine. We know what's out of date. We know what's up to date. And therefore we can give, and again, it doesn't matter if something is in a downloads folder, it doesn't matter if it's portable executable, all those things that your traditional patch managers are going to miss, we can see, and therefore we can tell you it's a problem and also patch them.
Interesting. Do you feel like that is a step toward autonomous patching
Well, we can do that as well. So we can actually set up what are called patch policies. So patch policy could be, well, look, I want Chrome to be kept up to date in my environment. I don't want it to be on the absolute latest version immediately. I'm going to give it a 3-day window after a new version has been released, and then 3 days comes, Chrome gets patched on my machines. So yeah, it is possible to do it autonomously as well. It's not that you have to manually go in and click, patch on every machine or every piece of software.
Now, my understanding is that ThreatLocker does not use AI.
That is true.
Okay.
We very limited. We have tried it in very limited scenarios with mixed results.
Okay.
So, for example,
please.
I'll give you an example. So, we at Zero Trust World, the other product that we released was web control. So, effectively web filtering, done through the ThreatLocker agent, managed through the ThreatLocker portal. Obviously, with web control, one of the big challenges is categorization. So knowing what a particular website is. So securityweekly.com, what is that? So we have, partially we've got human beings who are actually checking things out. So when our cyber heroes basically get a request for an exception to be made, they will check it out as a human and say, well, this is a Security Weekly website. We have investigated or started trying sending some stuff to LLMs to try and get the same information or try and see what an LLM will say. And as I said, the results have been somewhat varied. It's sometimes right, but often wrong. And wrong with confidence is a really interesting part of it. It's not just, I'm not sure about this, maybe it's this, maybe it's not. It's not. No, it's definitely this. It's not that. So we have, as I said, tried implementing it, not in terms of the core of what we do, not in terms of what we allow and what we don't allow. That's still 100% AI-less, but we are dipping our toes into the water, shall we say, in some areas with mixed success.
That's beautiful. I mean, knowing that you're trying it and getting the mixed success and not just forging ahead when it doesn't actually make sense.
Absolutely.
And not calling out that, the hyperbole of just everything being AI driven when you're saying there aren't the actual results for it. To me, that's comforting.
It is. It's one of my pet peeves, shall we say, with the cybersecurity industry as a whole. It's not just my pet peeve with the cybersecurity industry. And I have to confess, I fell for it as well. So I have a, completely off the subject, but I have a pool robot at home, which cleans my pool. And it's an AI pool robot, believe it or not. Now, the AI pool robot is the stupidest thing I have ever come across in my entire life. It basically does, and I don't know if wheelies is a thing in America. Is wheelies a thing?
Absolutely.
So it basically
I do them in my wheelchair.
It basically goes along the bottom of the pool and then does a wheelie for no reason. But this is my AI pool robot. So as I said,
and it's not current. It's not because
no. It just feels okay. I'm going to do a wheelie. I'm going to pull a wheelie now. So and again, I bought it because I thought, ooh, AI. I don't know what it's actually brought to the. I'd be far happier if we just go around the pool and pick up stuff, but no, it decides wheelies are the appropriate thing for a pool robot to do.
Or this is Rob deciding that AI can't have fun.
Look, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop anybody from having fun, but just not when you're supposed to be doing other things like cleaning my pool. Incidentally, my pool robot's on now on its way back to the pool robot company to send me another pool robot, which is again will have AI. Maybe it's not just won't be a stupid AI this time. Hopefully.
Let's hope. Maybe it'll make like nice poetry or something else to help you out. Now, back to this though.
Sorry, that was my fault.
No, I don't think there's a fault in that at all. But I do want to make sure our audience understands, like the integration for using cloud control. What does that look like, and how quickly does it help the security teams that enable it?
So cloud control specifically is really, really easy. I mean, effectively, we are gathering IP addresses from any device that's running ThreatLocker. So any Windows machine, any Mac, every Linux machine. Basically, they're all reporting their external IP addresses back to ThreatLocker. We've also developed apps for iOS and Android, which effectively do the same thing. So it's basically just saying, look, this is Rob's IP address now, this is Rob's IP address when he leaves home, this is Rob's IP address when he's on a plane, this is Rob's IP address when he lands in San Francisco. And they're basically then pushed up to a named location in Office 365, which has been configured to allow those named locations to connect. So it's really, really simple. It's not a heavy lift in any way, shape, or form. It's really simple to set up, really simple to configure. It's just a matter of gathering IP addresses and adding them to named locations.
Fantastic. Rob, thank you so very much for being with us. To find out more about ThreatLocker, please visit securityweekly.com/ThreatLocker RSAC. For all RSAC 2025 coverage by CyberRisk Alliance, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC. Thanks again, Rob, for the conversation.
Thank you.
And to our audience, please stick around. We'll be back after the break with more interviews live from the RSAC Conference 2025. Thank you, Rob.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview is my good friend, Karim Toubba, Chief Executive Officer at Lastpass. Karim, welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Obviously, the last time you and I spoke at any length was when you were still at Kenna and the whole acquisition by Cisco. Now you're at Lastpass.
Correct.
So let's talk identity for a second, right? As I look at the identity market and its transformation over the years, the one thing I'd always notice is that identity was very segmented. We had IDPs and identity access management. We had single sign-on solutions. We had PIMs and PAMs and password. It was very segregated. I've started to see some of the market start to consolidate in certain areas. I mean, Thoma Bravo accelerated some interesting stuff, I think, in the market. But where are we from the state of identity and access? Where are we on like the holistic kind of view first?
Yeah, it's a great question. If you think about what we've sort of been observing in the broader based market, there has been a lot of that consolidation you spoke of, and that consolidation is driven through two things. It's driven by some roll-ups that have happened in various through acquisition vehicles, but also the understanding of the super large players, the Microsoft, the Oktas, the CyberArks of the world, that if they started as an IDP, they extended out with IGC, IGA, they extended out with SSO, MFA, because they recognize the value of consolidating those.
Right.
And so what you've started to see is a consolidation, which is a very good thing generally as an industry. There's a little bit of a downside to the consolidation in that it does create some challenges it helps a lot of the larger organizations, but in the middle and small to medium-sized businesses, it does create some challenges because that rule that you and I have talked about in the past, that long tail of features, oftentimes aren't needed or get utilized. So the more you consolidate, the more you put on, but you have to think about it through the lens of which market segment are you converging.
Right.
So generally, consolidation is good. You just have to be thoughtful at what type of the sector you're focused on.
Right, so great for the enterprise to have big, massive identity platforms and environments.
Correct.
Maybe not as good for the small to medium business that doesn't have a lot of users, maybe not can use all those features, or need all those
Correct.
features.
And it's even beyond that. There's a normal construct. You and I have spent most of our lives in the product world. There's a normal construct where you start to think about segmentation, the classic enterprise, mid-market, SMB space. But if you double click on the enterprise and large companies, call it 5 to 10,000, even more, there's so many companies. We met with a customer the other day that has a security team of 3, and there's 6,300 people.
Wow.
Right? Because you tend to think about the banks and the insurance companies and the retailers that have a huge investment, but there's actually a lot of very sizable companies in terms of employee count that still don't have the budget and the sophistication to be able to handle how to deal with all of this.
Got it. So where does LastPass fit into this ecosystem now, right? Started primarily as a password vault, password manager.
Right.
But you're starting to evolve outside of that. So when you think about where do you position yourself in this evolving, consolidating market, where do you see yourselves fitting in the broader industry now?
Yeah, well, I'll start by saying at the top of the market, I think the large vendors have largely got it right. I think their strategy of consolidation by both building, bolting on, acquiring, and integrating makes a ton of sense, especially for the large end of the enterprise. And I would also say, even if you look up and down the market stack, most companies now have rooted solid footing with an IDP vendor of choice.
Right.
And the answer depends on kind of where you are. At the higher end of the market, you'll tend to use maybe an Okta. You go mid-market with Microsoft with their EX purchasing license power. You'll see them come down to SMB mid-market, but Microsoft, as we all know, has started to make strides up and down the stack. So normally when we work with customers, they've already selected an IDP.
Got it.
That means they have integration into their SSO framework, they're proxying their applications, and they're doing it for a core set of apps. What we've noticed and where the opportunity is that there's a cadre of ever increasing applications that people are using that for a variety of reasons aren't being integrated, whether it's the SSO tax or the technical limitations, sometimes the cost limitations, or oftentimes time, meaning that the number of applications that people are swiping the card for and onboarding outstrips the capacity with which to get visibility and implement the applications into the SSO framework.
Got it.
And so we see a huge opportunity there. And about a year ago, we took the time, we have over 100,000 B2B customers, and we took the time to double click and do some surveys and spend time with them and ask them, what are you actually using the capabilities for? More often than not, it's these services and applications that are not within the SSO framework for the aforementioned reasons, which creates a huge, both a point of pain, risk, and lack of visibility, but also an opportunity.
So it's kind of the unmanaged application authentication mechanism, right?
Correct.
Like,
correct.
so if you're using your IDP and you're integrated into your SSO, you have visibility, you have control.
You have everything
see
you
it all.
need. Yeah, you have a lot of what you need.
But then you have all these, for lack of a better term, unmanaged applications.
Correct. Shadow IT, shadow AI, you know, we are at RSA, so we've got to talk about all the buzzwords, right? So these kinds of things that have been known for a while, the rapid rate of ascension and adoption is increasing. And what used to be applications that are used by IT, now we notice, and by the way, we're at that almost 1,000 employees, we see it within our organization. Almost every organization has this pent up demand for these applications that they're saying, wait, finance needs a bunch of applications.
Right.
And so every single group is putting pressure on this organization. And the area that we've sort of carved out is how do we provide very quick visibility into that and then be able to provide visibility into what those applications are, understand what the authentication workflow looks like from passwordless authentication to traditional username and passwords. What are the policies associated with it? And eventually, how do we create policy constructs?
Got it. So when you think about the gap is the unmanaged application, but how do you start to provide the visibility?
Yeah.
Is it looking across the different password, who's using certain applications and understanding concentrations of who's using what apps and then trying to figure out how to group them and get better visibility into that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. This week we recently just announced this topic around secure access experiences, which uses the heritage and strength that we had as a password management capability and then extended that to provide visibility. It turns out that the privileged position of having a plugin in the browser sits in the flow of all web traffic. So if you have that kind of capability, we've recently extended that capability technically to now provide full visibility. So now I can not only have policies about what types of passwords I can use or enforcing multi-factor authentication, but more importantly, I can now give you full visibility into which applications that you're using that are not within your SSO construct. So suddenly I can light up the board and tell you, wait a minute, this business is using 139 applications that are not integrated in SSO. This is the users that are using them. This is the frequency of utilization. And that provides three really important business value. There's of course the security value. Visibility gives you the ability to understand, am I accessing a non-sanctioned app? There's the business value, which is to say, I'm a user and the corporate application sanction for program management is Monday.com, but a bunch of people start swiping the credit card for Reich. And I want to be able to control and say, wait a minute, Reich is our normal app, or Monday is our normal application. And then thirdly is the economic one. We started to see this, of course, post-COVID. People started slashing SaaS spending, but they never were able to correlate utilization very, very quickly with licenses purchased.
Oh, interesting.
So now you can use that data to marry it up with the number of applications and the frequency with which people are using. So that application visibility unlocks a treasure trove of value across multiple dimensions.
Yeah, because one, it prevents sprawl of applications you don't necessarily want in the environment because they're not sanctioned. And hey, by the way, we're already paying for Monday.com, so why not just use what we've already approved because we've selected that. But then on top of that, it's the ability to monitor how many people are using it to make sure that your licenses are right sized, because who wants to overpay for licenses in this day? So some interesting use cases, and that's all coming from the browser plugin.
The browser plugin, the extension. Yeah, that capability turns out, but again, the privilege of the position that you sit in across multiple browsers and operating system, you leverage that matrix and footprint to provide services. And you can imagine that there'll be other capabilities that we can integrate into that as well.
Right, because now I think, wait, so now I see all this application, I see all the users accessing it, I can get visibility into it. Now can I start doing some detection and response capabilities or some policy enforcement capabilities?
Well, you can define a policy, then enforce the policy, and you can, and we'll start announcing these things in the back half of the year that's currently being built. Policy takes on a different form. Some policies are outright blocks. Other policies are, wait a minute, I'm going to pop up a note that says, this is not a sanctioned application for the business.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Are you sure you want to do this? That's exactly right. And a really important piece is, again, by virtue of where we sit, we can not only see the access mode or the access to the application, we can see the mode. So now I can also say, wait a minute, which applications are actually using SSO to sign in? Which ones are using usernames and passwords? Are those usernames and passwords complying from a strength perspective?
Right.
Are they being vaulted? Am I using MFA?
Right.
All within a single capability.
Yeah. So that's interesting. That's a very interesting bridge, right? Is now you see that for all of your unmanaged apps.
That's right.
Where the SSO players can't see that because they're not in their
They're not
environment.
integrated and they're not in that flow. And the best part is, honestly, without deploying an agent. Because this is the other thing we heard from customers. There's so much agent fatigue, right? And I mean, this has been a decade plus problem in the security industry.
Easily.
Yeah.
Right? We went through this big ramp up of agents, then everybody got tired of agents, and then we saw a ramp up with the EDR products. We saw agents again popping back up. But again, I'm seeing consolidation, right? So clients are trying to figure out how to do more with less. They don't want to manage multiple agents, so they'll throw another agent on the box. Plus, look, an agent on the operating system is not really going to help you anyways in this particular case, right?
That's right.
Being in the browser is different. We were talking earlier with somebody in the browser space. Unmanaged browsers is the gap.
Yeah.
Unmanaged applications through unmanaged browsers are even a bigger gap.
That's right, because there are more of them.
Yes, there's more of them.
There's thousands and thousands of them, right? I mean, inventories have 6,000 to 8,000 in catalogs to be able to really give people a perspective of what we're talking about. The other thing that we found that was kind of interesting in the research was the user capability and the experience aspect. Identity, I mean, there are 2,000 to 3,000 vendors here?
Yeah.
The user experience, or the number of security technologies that the user interfaces in the security space is tiny.
Yeah.
Identity is one of the sole categories that's front and center to the user.
Yeah.
So trying to balance and get the capabilities that you service and push forward in front of the end user, right, and as transparent and easy to use as possible is paramount to getting the identity, getting the users to buy into the consolidation.
Yeah.
In theory, look, what do we know? We know administrators have been dealing with crappy interfaces
for a long time.
And, and yes, we all make better versions of it, but, they are what they are. But the user, that if you want them to come along for the ride and have maximum adoption, you got to make it as simple and least intrusive as possible.
Yeah, it's all about friction, right? You got to remove as much friction out of the equation or it won't get used. And then these unmanaged applications, you don't get control over them.
That's right.
Right? And that's the challenge. I always said app user data, right? In the application, that the unmanaged applications are the ones, because there's thousands, tens of thousands of them all over the place.
They are.
Because if you think we have 4,000 security vendors, think about all the other technologies out there that all get access pretty much through a browser these days.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, the other piece of interesting research that we found was getting back to the sort of like what's the business value.
Yeah.
It's not just making sure that people aren't sanctioned applications. I bring up the Reich and Monday example because this was an example brought forward by a customer where they said, we've got multiple applications in a particular domain, and the real impediment to productivity is people use that, then they output the data into whatever format that platform uses.
Yeah.
And now we go to different meetings that has different format, and people that are processing the data are saying, wait a minute, we haven't standardized on an application for project management, so now I have to orient the application that the person is using with the data that they're presenting, which is an impediment to productivity and consistency.
Right.
So there's that visibility in what you can actually do with it in terms of ascribing business value is just multidimensional, all rooted in the identity of the user and the applications that they're accessing.
Yeah. visibility most people don't have.
Yep, not in an easy way.
Karim, thank you very much.
Yep.
If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/LastPass RSAC. Karim, always a pleasure.
Thank you for having me, Matt.
Stay with us. We've got more interviews coming up on RSAC Conference 2025.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. We are broadcasting here at the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley, which is Moscone West. I'm co-host of Paul Security Weekly, Jeff Mann, and I am joined for this interview by a gentleman named Gal Elbaz. He is co-founder and CTO of a company called Oligo Security. Welcome, Gal.
Thank you for having me.
So tell me a little bit about yourself and how you got into cybersecurity.
Yeah, so I actually started my career at Checkpoint.
Okay.
Was there for almost a decade.
Wow.
My
okay.
job was to find vulnerabilities, both in our products, and help work with developers and fight with developers. Again, depends on which day, but most of my job was involved around finding the biggest 0 days and the biggest applications in the world and go lecture about it. So this is how I got into security, and this is actually what led me to come up with Oligo. So I'll tell it in a second.
Oh yeah, what did make you decide to come up with Oligo?
Yeah, so I just look cool. I'm a nerd, and like one of the projects I did at Checkpoint, I hacked Instagram because they're Instagram. And all I needed was just one vulnerability in one open source package. In the beginning, I thought, it's only one vulnerability in one package. There's literally tens of thousands of open sources only in Instagram. Like, how much damage can be done, right?
Right.
But the moment that we can actually run code, we're like, wait, all we need is just one vulnerability in one package, and we're taking down one of the biggest infrastructures in the world, right? Like this photo sharing library, and all we needed to do is just sending you one image in order to completely take over. And like this really made us like to rethink how we look in this whole situation. Like we've been dealing with vulnerability research and hunting for our whole life, right? The co-founders, and suddenly we understood like, wow, there's so much money invested in trying to secure application from just scanning the code, right? But it just became too much, like more code and more vulnerabilities, like an endless a chase you cannot really win, right? And trying to patch everything. But when you look at it from like, runtime, actually protecting applications, both like, the legacy approaches, like from the network level or like on the host, we're not really capable of dealing with up-level attacks, right? Or up-level threats. And like this really, made us rethink, wow, like maybe there should be something different or a new approach, not only looking for symptoms or cause, like looking for the cause of the attack and not only the symptom, and how we can actually see inside. And like, I think this really, was for us like this pivotal moment that we just decided to leave everything, start building the technology. And I think it was like a year before Log4Shell happened. I think that was our, not just another vulnerability, but just our wake-up call, right?
Right. Well, that was certainly an industry wake-up call. And as you said, it sort of illustrated or brought to light that there's most software these days, most applications are built on layer upon layer upon layer of inherited libraries and APIs and open source and closed source, and God knows where it's coming from. And the traditional defenses of code review, security application assessment just wasn't cutting it. I play in the world of PCI in the daytime, so those are requirements, primarily for web applications, is to do code reviews before it gets pushed out to production, as well as doing some, used to be you had the choice of a security assessment or protect yourself behind a web application firewall. Now you have to do both in version 4. So, what I'm hearing you saying is you were discovering those two things alone don't cut it.
Yeah, definitely. And like you're starting right to the point, because like when you look at it from the WAF angle, like I grew up in Checkpoint, right? I know network security, but like WAF was an amazing invention that created another layer of mitigation on the network layer, right? But the stuff that are like, again, breaches are still happening, right? I think even a few days ago, Mandy and Verizon, the latest threat report, showed that like it's the first time that like vulnerability exploitation became the #1 attack vector for organization, exceeding the email phishing campaigns. And I think what we saw, and like, 3 years ago, it's like this trend that like, wow, it's became a lot easier to attack applications.
Right.
Attackers are operating within the app itself, and this is where like WAF is creating a amazing a layer on the network, but if it arrives the host, like it means it bypasses the WAF, right?
Right.
And when we're talking about like protecting the workload itself, of course, all of those great approaches like cloud workload protection or like anything that we started doing like years ago, now it's really changed. We're moving to the cloud, distributed application, the attacks are becoming much more complex. And this is again, all of those approaches existed when Log4Shell happened, right? So what were they? And I think this was like, you know, our pivotal moment to see like, wow, no one actually looking inside the app or just looking from the outside, whether from the network or from the host there. But in order to really catch the attackers, you need to be where they're playing inside the app itself.
Are they really more complex, or are they being more creative and clever and just discovering areas that aren't being monitored or watched?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both, right? Also, the awareness, understanding of like, you know, vulnerabilities or zero days, like a weapon, you know, in this modern era.
Right.
But as you mentioned earlier, like the software stack became a lot more complex, right? When we're talking about Log4Shell, it's a problem coming and originating from your repos, right? One might think, but hey, but when the XZ backdoor happened, it was coming through the infrastructure itself, right?
Right.
Or when we talk about Log4Shell as an example, everyone was going and looking for the repos, but wait, what about the applications you bought or you deployed? They also have those problems, right? Even if you can't patch them, it doesn't mean they don't have those problems as well. So this, I think, was like combination of both. Like it made it like even a lot bigger problem that we have been.
So you started a company and you sort of came up with a terminology or a name for a new approach. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so when we started Oligo, like what we basically have done, like we invented a new technology when we call the deep app inspection. Basically what it allows us is to monitor application without the need to access the source code. And it allows us to solve a decade-long problem which like RASP solution tried but was really intrusive and wasn't really scalable and deployable. So we had to come up with something which is like non-intrusive by design but can see deep enough in order to deal with those. And this is what we call the deep app inspection that allowed us first to see the true risks, what's happening inside the application, and tell you the exploitability part of your CVEs. Yeah, you have a CVE, but it's a theoretical finding. Now we're adding the real context, like is it running or running the vulnerable function? Like, and with that, helping the team identify the true risk. But when we're talking about what the ADR or CADR actually means, is this revolution that like, hey, we can finally see inside the app layer. And we can detect or prevent attacks by this unique ability, not only to look inside the application, but to now being able to look at a specific code component and understand what this piece of code starts to deviate. So actually, we're very fortunate to work with the people that invented and wrote the Windows Defender in the last 20 years, one of the most prominent runtime tools. It was invented for the laptops, right, for the endpoints.
Sure.
And when we talked about like what we're doing inside the cloud app applications, like one of them actually mentioned, he said, hey, like what you guys cracked, it's not only just like seeing what's a library is doing or what it shouldn't do. Now we just add the whole context of an EDR, like whether it's talking to IP and if this IP is malicious. And what you guys cracked is the first ability to monitor what's happening inside the application, inside the processes. This is where he helped us name it like an ADR, like stands for the app, not only for the endpoint or the host, as we all knew up until now.
So I'm curious, is your product, are you marketing it more to security teams of organizations or developers or both?
Great question. So like we look at it like as a platform that can also help like with multi-posture. We're not also like the first company that can show you code in runtime, your usual SCA funding and code scanning. Now you can actually see the runtime representation of them and help you to fix your developer issues. But hey, we're on a runtime, so we can also help you with your container security issues and help your DevOps to do the base OS upgrade or like the ability to understand its container risk. But hey, we also monitor any piece of software, right? We don't care if you built it, bought it, deployed it, or even stole it, right? And that means we can actually help you on your third-party software, your Grafanas, your Argo CD, something you actually deploy from the internet and should get an upgrade. So like in that manner, we see ourselves really helping like different personas. We talked a little bit about PCI or compliance.
I was going to say, you're hitting a trigger for PCI.
Exactly, because like we don't only look at like those representation of code components in runtime, but we also give the full aspect of their inherited risk, not only CVEs and vulnerabilities, but also the license of them or the legal aspect of them, right? Are you abusing some license that you shouldn't? Or like you have to comply to some regulation, you need to build a full software inventory like the SBOM regulation or VEX. So I think those stuff really helped us to help organization, with their initiatives or like, getting into where they want to be with FedRAMP or really tapping into that, but like harnessing the power of what we've done.
Well, now that PCI 4.01 is fully in effect, I, as an assessor, am going in and talking to clients, and I'm starting to ask for the evidence to meet the requirement. It happens to be 6.3.2, and technically it doesn't say SBOM, but what it says is you need to have an inventory of all your system and system components, application components of any customer bespoke software that you've built, and demonstrate that you're using that information you're collecting to find and fix vulnerabilities. A little bit of a paraphrase, but it sounds like you can address that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the industry started like giving it like the right names, right? The SBOM was the software bill of materials, right? Something we took from the industrial, right? Like when you have a huge machine and you need to understand when one thing is not working, how you can actually replace it on the same essence. We're building an amazing application, but they're built on different layers of code, right? And that was the first layer of it, like just having the full software components inventory. But then like when we started talking about risk or communicating risk, this is where the VEX format, just taking the SBOM and adding the exploitability part on top of each and every package. Does it have a CVE, but this CVE applies or doesn't apply? It's actually creating a real risk. And I think those stuff really help vendors and big companies communicate this risk in a lot easier, scalable way.
We're at the very beginning of the conference this week, and I haven't had a chance to talk to a lot of people. The vendor floor is not open yet, but CVE has been kind of in the news in the last week or two. But on our show, on Paul Security Weekly, we've been talking about CVEs for months because Paul, the guy that is the main host, he works for a company that part of their job is discovering vulnerabilities, and he's finding through experience, not all vulnerabilities that are discovered get a CVE. Some CVEs are a little bit distracting. Sometimes there's more than one company that's claiming the CVE. Who decides when a CVE is issued is a little bit up in the air. They actually had an instance where they discovered a vulnerability, gave it to the vendor just fixed it with an upgrade, but didn't bother to issue a CVE. And we're all like, what's going on here? The whole, not the industry, but the consumer side of this industry is very much entrenched and trained to jump when there's a CVE. But there's more than just CVEs, and there's more issues than get reported on CVE. How do you and your platform convince your clients, no, this really is a problem, whether it's a CVE or not?
Yeah, so that's amazing actually, because it's exactly touching the point that we want to solve, right? Because the ADR piece of what we've done is like the ability to detect threats on the up level.
And that's application detection and response.
Yeah, when we add the CADR, it means like we're building the full aspect of like, hey, we can like attackers, the first front that attackers are facing is the app itself. Right, this is the way to get the initial access to breach the organization through the app.
Right.
But then, of course, attackers want to propagate to the workload or to the cloud. So we believe that the same revolution that happened like with the antiviruses and the EDR, when there was like something good happening, but someone came and did the next evolution of it, and in the end, like from augmenting like to totally replacing. We think and we believe that the same revolution should happen to cloud applications, and it should start with the app layer, because this is the missing layer and the most important layer.
Right.
And when we're talking about CVEs, actually it is something really close to our heart, right? And CVEs are meant, and their whole purpose was to help vendors or help the world understand where the issue is, and what's the real risk and how should I fix it, right? There's a reason for that, like you said. So it doesn't help to fix an issue, but not notifying like the users about the real risk, so they can actually know and go and patch, right? And we did something really really cool in Oligo. Actually, we have one of the best threat research team in the globe, and we've been conducting like vulnerability research and hunting, and one day we actually encountered something like you mentioned, like what we call a shadow vulnerability. Basically, it's those CVEs that doesn't get
the attention.
The attention or the real numeric number in order to help users identify them. And those are problems that are happening because like the maintainers decided like to dispute it, and they decide, right, they're the maintainers, this is the open source world, or again there was just like a disagreement about the real impact of the risk, right? Or just like it's an insecure by design library and the developer did a mistake when, again, those stuff happen. And we did a whole talk at DEF CON about it, about this concept, that what was really striking in the same year, we found like a very, like we're nerds, like we're AI nerds, and we were using a famous framework called Ray. Ray, it's basically Kubernetes for AI.
Yep.
GPT was trained on Ray. Made by the amazing Anyscale company. And we saw there were like 5 vulnerabilities that's been disclosed and were disputed by the maintainer. And one of them was like a vicious RCE, like, running code, and like the maintainer, hey, this is the intended behavior of it.
Right.
And when we looked
I hate to cut you off, but we're actually out of time.
Oh, wow.
We could keep going, obviously, and you're very passionate about this. If you guys have captured that passion and are interested and want to get more information, you can go to securityweekly.com/oligo RSAC. And for all information about our coverage, go to CyberRisk Alliance. For all of CyberRisk Alliance coverage, securityweekly.com/RSAC. Gal, thanks again for joining us today. We'll be back shortly with the next interview.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're still here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. Keynotes are getting ready to start, so it might be a little background noise, folks. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview segment is Lori Robinson. She's the Vice President of Product Management at SailPoint. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Thank you. I'd love to have you here. So I'm going to, I know you can't comment on this, but thank you for going public to save the Security Weekly 25 index. I tracked the pure plays, and when you guys went public, you got me back to 25. So thank you. I know you can't talk about it, but thank you.
I'm glad we could help out.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a good thing.
Yes, it is. And I want to start there a little bit, right? On the identity side of the market, right? What I saw transpire over the past few years is a really interesting consolidation play starting to play out. And I kind of predicted it back earlier. Was we had all these separate isolated kind of identity products out there. How was the consolidation going to happen? You had your IDPs, you had your SSOs, you had your MFAs, your PIMs, your PAN, all this stuff, right?
Yep.
And then what we saw was some really cool identity products go public, and then Thoma Bravo bought them all.
Yeah.
Right? And so what's the state of identity from a market perspective right now? What do you see on the product management side? Because I'm seeing consolidation. Are you seeing the same thing?
Certainly there's consolidation. I like to think of identity and access management. We've gone through fits and waves in the market where it's like everybody goes for niche and best of breed and then swings back to, hey, let's consolidate. And I think there's a little bit of both happening. But when you look across an enterprise organization, security in general, not just identity, but security has been fragmented.
Yes.
And it's difficult for practitioners to try and bring that all together and not just have less vendors, but really get a better understanding of security. And so at SailPoint, we've definitely taken a platform approach and are looking more holistically across the identity security landscape.
I mean, identity was segmented for a long time. Security didn't even own it. IT owned it for the longest time.
That's right. It was more of an IT enabler for a long time.
Exactly was.
Yes. I mean, it still is.
But
it is more and more falling into the realm of security, and you're seeing more and more identity teams report up through the security organization.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So as we think about digital transformation, the evolution of the workforce, how does that change what you have to think about on the identity side now?
Yeah. So certainly from SailPoint's perspective, we've always been focused on ensuring that people can manage and secure identities of all types, right? So that's our mission, and that's where we're focused, and we'll continue to be so.
Human, non-human, and everything in between?
Exactly. Okay. So now things are changing though, right? Like it used to be we just had the human workforce, and now more and more we're seeing more machine, third party, and now with AI and cloud, service accounts, machine identities, and of course, agents.
Yeah.
And this is really changing the landscape significantly. And I would say, you mentioned there's SSO and MFA and IGA. Those foundational things have remained the same. But what has changed are
where do you apply them?
Yeah, where do you apply them? What do you apply them to?
Right.
So we're seeing that more and more. And we're definitely, I like to think, especially with AI, it's both, and the cloud too, but AI specifically, it's both an enabler and a disruptor. And so we're looking at it from the perspective of how can we use AI to enable. So we have, for example, we just released Harbor Pilot, which uses agents to help people. It really enables identity people to do more with their searches and getting information and insight quickly, or even automating workflows. So that's on the enablement side. And then from the disruptor side, certainly AI is something we have to protect.
Yeah.
And the AI infrastructure itself, but also now agents that are acting like a workforce, how do you secure them? And we just recently announced identity security for agents to help manage and govern those identities. So we're moving with it, I guess.
Exactly. So let's break down each one of those, because I think they're all interesting. Obviously, leveraging AI to enhance outcomes, use cases in the platform is one good way to use artificial intelligence. What does the agent help the practitioner do? Because again, I've seen a lot of kind of chatbot kind of approaches, which are fine, but are they really driving and automating workflows? I'd love to understand, like, how is that changing the way people manage identity?
Yeah, so I think there's really two aspects, at least in these early days. One is quicker information gathering, right?
Okay.
Being able to use natural language processing to ask a question and have it search the indexes of the documentation and the information out there and come back with quicker, faster insights on product and information in your environment. So quickly bringing back that data for you. I think that, it just makes information gathering quicker.
Easier, yeah.
Yeah. The other one in the initial phases is really workflow creation. So as you look at workflow orchestration and SailPoint or in any solution out there, workflow orchestration can be difficult to architect and put together.
Oh yeah.
And using these agents, it's able to do it on the fly. It's pretty astonishing, quite frankly, to watch it give you a template for a workflow immediately.
Oh, interesting.
So it's really time saving, it's efficient, and I mean, we've seen significant time savings for our customers.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because if you can make people more efficient, that's a win.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, it's already made the attackers more efficient. Can we also make the defenders more efficient, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the hope, right? Is because that is what we're seeing is, obviously with AI-powered cyber attacks, the sophistication, the volume, the velocity is increasing at such a rate that how do you keep up with it?
Exactly.
And that's why I say it's both a disruptor and an enabler. Like fight fire with fire. You have to fight AI with AI.
Right,
That's
exactly.
the way I look at it. Yeah.
Now let's talk on the agent side, because there's been a lot of discussion about agentic-based technologies, which creates kind of two interesting aspects. One is what the agents can do for you, right? So some of the use cases I've seen around agentic is the ability to use it to do some of those automated workflows, log into systems, maybe grab evidence, etc. But at the same time, you also have to secure those agents such that they don't do something malicious. Where are you doing both things with agentic, or more on the protection side?
Yeah, so I would say the way I would say it is managing and governing agents. So what we recently announced was applying what we do in the human world of what agents are in our environment, just indexing them, and then ensuring that they have the right access to the right systems. That would be how I would describe the governance. Okay. So obviously there's authentication technologies and other things out there, but before you get to that part, you have to establish the identity itself and put those controls. And I think that agents are tricky because some of them act on their own, some of them inherit access from someone else, sometimes they inherit access from multiple people.
Right.
And so it's a sophisticated problem that we're trying to solve, but I think it really boils down to managing the agent identity and governing the access for that agent. Role-based access controls, etc.
Because one of the areas I see some struggles with, because we're, in my day job, we're playing with some of these technologies, and it's how do you do that at scale? Like doing it for one is like, you can kind of figure it out, but doing it for hundreds or thousands without creating the administrative overhead, right?
Yeah. I mean, as we advance, right, you start to bring in, I think this is again something that applies not just to agents. I think it's hard to do that at scale for any identity, right? So we're looking at, for example, our identity graph as a way of bringing in identities and data from security systems and from other things in the environment, bringing it together and getting a unified view. So first you have an understanding, visibility.
Right.
Pinpointing where there might be risk and pointing out, hey, this is something you might need to pay attention to. But as we get more sophisticated with our learning models, I think it'll be interesting to see how we can start to automate that and take some of the, I always kind of joke, nobody actually knows who needs access to what, so defining that is kind of hard, right? So we need AI to help us as we mature and define that. And I think as we bring in agents and having that visibility and then putting those learning modules on top of it is going to be really important to help people define those controls.
That's where I find the really interesting use cases for AI. outside of the generative AI capabilities, which is how do you model relationships? Because LLMs are not good at modeling data relationships. They're good at parsing data, analyzing data, parking data on stuff, which is why it's so good to generate content off of. But it's not really good at understanding relationships, which is important. But then it's other techniques then to analyze that data in the graphs to actually do something really smart with it.
Right. Sometimes I think we overuse AI when really what we're just talking about is analytics, right?
Yeah,
and I think there's some of that. But I think underlying all of that, I think what's so interesting is bringing data together. It really is about data at the end of the day, right? We're putting whatever kind of AI technology or analytics you put on top of it. I think what's different today is, we mentioned this, is that everything's fragmented. How do we bring it together? And for us, the graph is the answer to that, to build a graph that models those relationships, starts to highlight insights and things for you. And so that's really important for us to get to that place where we can make it easier to deploy.
I've said this in a couple different places. It's not necessarily a data problem, but it is the contextual relationship problem, right? Because we have lots of data. We have lots of data in lots of different systems. The graph kind of pulls together the relationship and the context, because once I have the context, then I think we can solve some of these more advanced problems.
That's right.
And to me, the bigger challenge in security has not been the data problem per se. It's more about the relationship and the context of that data to drive better outcomes.
Yep. Absolutely. And of course, behaviors as well in security, like bringing in all of those pieces, I think starts to bring it together in a more meaningful way. For sure. Yes.
So from here, where do you see the identity market going? Like what's on the horizon? What are the things you're thinking about in the product management side? Because you're pretty front facing with clients and customers and like the next thing.
Yeah.
What's next?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of exciting things on the horizon, and we just mentioned a few of them, right? So our agents were really excited about securing AI, really looking into being able to do more with insights and observability and threat modeling. So getting that visibility and getting data out of it becomes really, really important to us. I would also say a lot is happening around, I mean, it's cliche and nobody wants to talk about it, but zero trust, right?
Yeah.
And really getting practical zero trust implementation. So how do you get to a place where you have least privilege and where you have zero standing privilege in a meaningful way, like at scale, as you mentioned?
Right.
How do we do that? So we're looking at technologies out there to help us with zero standing privilege and just-in-time access, if you will, privilege elevation, just-in-time, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
So getting to a place where we're a lot smarter about what's happening in our systems and we're able to do more with less from a heavy lift perspective.
Because look, the federal government's been trying to do this for a while. It's a heavy lift, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Because when you start with no privilege, which is completely the opposite way we built all these systems, right? Yeah. How do you know how much access to give without giving too much? And part of it comes from these learning models,
That's right?
And so again, back to the data context problem, once you have that data, now you can start to train things to say, oh, you're Matt, you're in this group, yes, you should have access to that, but not this, right? Like
That's right.
Those get pretty sophisticated.
Getting those insights, I think, becomes key to bringing everything together in a meaningful way. I will say too, I think, it is hard, but at SellPoint, we're really focused on not just the deployment, but really getting value out of your system.
Yeah.
And I think that is, if you look at, even this week we talked about things that we're looking at, like acceleration packages, customer success acceleration packages for our customers, and ensuring not only that they're deploying successfully, but that they continue to get value out of the system. And that's really, really important is, we have seen that the more someone matures their identity security controls, the more value, business value they get out of it. And, we don't see identity as just like we started the conversation, an IT function, right? It's even bigger than security anymore. We're seeing like CFOs and chief digital officers who are saying, hey, this is important. My customers want to know that they can trust us.
Yeah.
So what are you doing to ensure that trust? And whether it's from a cyber insurance perspective or your CFO, you have to look at identity holistically and the value it's bringing across the org.
And I think that's one of our biggest challenges, but hopefully we can continue to consolidate and solve that problem.
Exactly.
Yeah, Lori, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, appreciate it.
If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/SailPoint RSAC. Again, thank you, Lori, for joining us. Stay tuned, we have a couple more interviews coming up. Welcome back to RSAC Conference 2025. We're here recording live from the CyberRiskTV Studio in Broadcast Alley at Moscone West. I'm your host, Matt Alderman, and joining me for this interview segment is Lenny Zeltser, Chief Information Security Officer at Exonius. Welcome, Lenny.
Hi, it's good to be here.
We're going to talk about exposures and exposure management. I used the term on you earlier. Gartner calls this continuous threat exposure management or something like that. Anyways, what I find fascinating about this topic, and I talked about a little bit in today's opening intro, was the concept of vulnerability prioritization. You're actually doing it. So I'm curious, like the approach that you've taken internally at Exonius to actually figure out how to prioritize your exposure data.
Now, all the security professionals probably have had to do something with the company's vulnerability management program. We have had to deal with vulnerabilities for a long, long time. And oftentimes, it feels like it's a game of whack-a-mole. The vulnerabilities will always come out, because people make mistakes and bugs can be exploited, and we got vulnerabilities. That's going to be the steady state. And then we patch the vulnerabilities, and new vulnerabilities come out. So what do you do as a security professional? It feels like it's not necessarily the best use of your time to be reactive to a vulnerability that comes out. What do you do? How do you act upon it? And how do you make sure that ultimately gets resolved?
Right.
So at Exonius, we have a product that gives people full visibility into all of their assets. And that's how we started out. Full visibility into the organization's assets, whether we're talking about on-prem systems, virtual machines, applications, and user accounts. And we gave people good visibility into what they have, which included consuming information about the state of those systems, as well as the vulnerabilities that exist on them. But that's just a starting point. Ultimately, as security professionals, it shouldn't be enough for us to simply know that the vulnerabilities exist. It is our responsibility to make sure that they get prioritized and acted upon. And I think right now, what is most relevant to me is how do I prioritize vulnerabilities?
Right.
There's always more vulnerabilities to address than we have time for.
Right.
Which means that we want to look at those vulnerabilities that are truly important and address them faster. And historically, we have looked at the severity of the vulnerability.
Right. We look at the CVSS score.
That's right. And that's was perhaps a good starting point. But what we're finding is that it's not enough, because even if you have, let's call it a high severity vulnerability on one system and the same exact vulnerability on another system, which one's more important?
Right.
Probably the one that is on a resource that's business critical, or perhaps the resource that is directly accessible from the internet. So we are now giving customers a way to take that additional context into account when deciding how to prioritize vulnerabilities and how to empower those people in the organization that can actually address them with the information they need to get them addressed quickly and in the right order.
So, a lot of people have tried to solve this problem over the years. You've got the main vulnerability management vendors that know the vulnerability data. They have some asset data. What I've always said is that it's not about the data, it's about the context. And the context in this case is, well, how critical is the asset that vulnerability is on? What other configurations or compensating controls are in place? Are you telling me you've started to solve that problem? Because it is the relationship of all that data together in a contextualized way that I can actually start to write more advanced rules that says, yes, I care about these types of assets based on their criticality. I know the configuration environment of these, and I have these vulnerabilities, and now you can start to stack rank those?
I think that's the objective of most vulnerability management programs.
Right.
The Exonius solution makes it easier to achieve that objective. But more broadly, regardless of what tooling you as a security professional have, what you want is to discover vulnerabilities, and you probably won't do that by relying purely on a vulnerability scanner. That gives you one viewpoint on vulnerabilities, using the traditional scanning approach. Then you probably want to use some agent-based tool. Sometimes it comes from a vulnerability scanning vendor, sometimes from another vendor, to uncover additional vulnerabilities that you can only see when you're on the system itself.
Right.
So that's good, that's a good starting point, but that's not enough. Then you need to say, well, what do I know about these systems? do they have any additional toolings that maybe compensates for the fact that the vulnerability exists there? Because if I do, then it's not as urgent for me to address it than some others. Then you need to look at, well, is this accessible from the internet or from other networks that are not trustworthy? Then you need to take into account some information about your, let's say, priorities based on whether the system is in scope for some regulatory compliance requirements. You should, as a security professional, gather all of that information, put it all together, and then decide how urgent is it for you to fix that vulnerability by accounting for that context.
Right.
And what we're giving our customers is that information very easily, because our underlying platform is connected to pretty much all information sources that the organization has. We can consume that data already.
Yeah, because you started as an asset management company, which is foundational into protecting your environment. You first have to know what you have, right?
Yeah.
And we've talked about this on my podcast, Business Security Weekly, for years, that most organizations still struggle with asset management to understand their hardware, software, inventory. You guys solved that problem first, which puts you in a really unique position, I think, because you have the context of the assets already known. Then when you overlay configuration data, vulnerability data, now you can start to build a better context map, right? So how do you do the prioritization? Not that I want your secret sauce, but I'm like, how do these different factors then help you prioritize which vulnerabilities on which assets should you do first, right? Because again, as you said it, you only have so much time, so just give me the ones that are most important. How does that kind of ranking algorithm work today?
Well, every company might need to decide for themselves how do they prioritize, as long as they have access to information that we might call context, but context sounds very broad and very abstract. So some examples of what I mean when I say context include information such as, let's say that there's a vulnerability present on some Windows system. So fine, the vulnerability is present and the scanner gives me some CVE score or CVSS score for that vulnerability. Does that system have an exploit prevention agent, for example? If it does, then maybe I'm less worried about that vulnerability than one that exists on a system that does not have such an agent. Then let's take into account the fact that that system, let's say, exists on a network that is in scope for PCI compliance. Ooh, I need to pay attention to that. I've got some target SLAs to fix there. Then let's take into account whether the system is accessible from the internet. And if so, is the port open from the internet that could be used to exploit the vulnerability? So those are some examples of specific pieces of information that I, as a security professional, want to have access to.
Are these just a set of customizable rules then that just allow you to pick and choose which data you care about, and it just then runs kind of this queries and starts to bubble up what's important?
Yeah, exactly. So now, because that's the information that our Axonius Asset Cloud already has in it, we're now allowing customers to define very flexible, let's call them rules, criteria for deciding how to prioritize the vulnerability. But look, that's just a starting point. A prioritized vulnerability is good and not to be taken for granted, but it's a starting point.
Yeah, that's the starting point. That's the starting point of the list. There's still, how do you address those, which we'll talk about in a second. But I think that's important because people still struggle with the prioritized list, Lenny.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
And so by applying these rules, I can take a big chunk of that work off the plate because now I've got my list of prioritized rules. Now the question is, I've got this great set of outputs. Now what, right? Because the next thing is, now I have to hand these off to different teams. This has always been the other problem on the operational side of vulnerability management is, how do I get the right fixes to the right people to do the fixes? Are you facilitating that as well?
Yeah. Exactly. I think that we, as security professionals, have had vulnerability management on our plate for a while, and one of the reasons why it's been challenging, and we already talked about some of them, but the one that I have in mind right now is that we don't control directly the remediation of the vulnerabilities.
Right.
And look, just like it's not enough to say, I have asset management, I have full asset visibility, it's just a baseline for acting upon that information. Similarly, just because you have full visibility into your vulnerabilities and you can prioritize, and that's not to be taken for granted, that's an amazing thing to have. So what? Now you got to act upon that information. And because we do not ourselves typically perform the remediation, now the next step involves somehow acting upon that information. At Exonius, we call that actionability. What it means is that we want to allow our customers the ability to take action upon the information. Sometimes action means automatically remediating the vulnerability. Sometimes action means notifying the team in the way that they want to be notified about the vulnerability so they can act upon it, and building trust with them, and that's very important. Trust that when you're prioritizing a vulnerability, you truly are taking business context into account. Otherwise, if every vulnerability needs to be remediated immediately, then of course nobody will have time for that.
You lose all credibility with the teams. The most complex use case that I would see is like an application, right? Because it has to go through the application development teams, or maybe the infrastructure team because it's a vulnerability on one of the pieces of code, right? Being able to hand that off in an easy to understand way for the infrastructure folks or for the developer can't be understated, right? Like it has to make sense to them, because otherwise, how would they know how to fix the vulnerability?
Yeah.
And so are you able to provide some of that context then back to them in a way that they understand it? Because every team's gonna consume that data a little differently.
Of course, and look, whenever you collaborate with any colleagues, if you want to be influential, if you want others to want to work with you, you got to work on their terms.
Yeah.
And in the systems that
they're
they
used
want to
to
work in.
Yeah.
And so what that means is that you might, as a security team, get an aggregated, comprehensive view of your vulnerabilities. You take context into account and you prioritize them. And what happens next is that then you need to, well, unless you can immediately and automatically remediate it, which is of course sometimes possible, you file a ticket with a team. Now, or sometimes you send an email to a team. But in most enterprises, there are multiple teams that will need to be notified depending on the nature of the vulnerability or of the nature of the asset. So sometimes you might need to, for some assets, you might need to open a Zendesk ticket.
Right.
In other cases, you might need to open a Jira ticket.
Yep.
In another case, you might need to send an email message or notify somebody over Slack or Microsoft Teams. The point is, understand how the teams on whom you depend to fix the vulnerability want to work, make it easy for them.
Yeah.
Work in their environment, and as part of that ticket, as part of that email, give them that extra context that supports your assessment, because sometimes they're like, well, how do I know that this is critical? Explain it.
Right. It's this vulnerable library in this piece of code, that's the one that needs to go get patched.
But add to it some information such as, this is on a PCI controlled, PCI relevant environment.
Right, okay.
It's accessible from the internet.
Yeah.
We don't have a certain agent on it. This is why we believe it should be critical. Or on the other hand, and I bet your colleagues will find it very refreshing, tell them whenever something is not urgent.
Right.
This is, even though you might think that this is urgent, tell them, we decided that it is, instead of high, it's a medium because it's not accessible from the internet. That means we can take extra 2 weeks to address it. That's going to be refreshing.
Yes. Yeah, I use that example a lot. I make up a vulnerability. I say log5j comes out tomorrow. Should I care or not? Well, if you don't have the context about your environment, you have no idea, right? And maybe it is a nothing burger, but maybe it has high impact, right? And if you could figure that out, it's great. I want to talk about automation just quickly a little bit, right? Automation's been the holy grail, right, in the industry, the ability to get that data, maybe auto-patch the machine. How comfortable are you with that as a CISO, automating some of those fixes? Because I think that's still a challenge in the industry a little bit, is to gain enough trust to allow those automation mechanisms to work.
You know, I want to perhaps reframe the conversation a little bit, and I do want to pursue automation whenever practical.
Yeah.
But I want us all to acknowledge that I believe in many cases automation will not be practical.
Okay.
In many cases, at least today, we want humans to be there to review a decision. We want humans to be in the process. So
you're
that's
thinking
why
more about automating workflows that gets the human involved to make a decision, and then maybe downstream automate.
Sometimes, yeah. That's why I prefer to use the term action rather than automation. But I do want to answer your question more directly. We should look for ways to automate things whenever possible, especially if you can do it in a like, let's call it auto cruise way. So specifically, since we've been talking about vulnerability management, we at Exonius, for example, within our own vulnerability management program, have identified certain systems that we feel comfortable automatically patching weekly. Whenever vulnerabilities or whenever fixes to vulnerabilities are released by the OS vendor, we just apply them automatically. We trust that particular set of systems supported by a particular vendor that, in our experience, those bug fixes, those patches, very, very, very rarely break anything. We just apply it automatically. And it's a job that is applied automatically every week, and guess what? No human needs to be involved. And it's amazing from a security perspective because I don't even need to file a ticket to close the vulnerability because I know it's going to get fixed automatically within a 1-week period, which is within my target SLAs. That's an example of automation. I think of it as auto cruise. Let's automate as much as we can, but acknowledge that in many cases, we don't trust the patches. We need to have a more controlled way of releasing the patch and testing it.
Right.
Automate whatever you can.
Right.
In many other cases, acknowledge that you can't automate it. So create a workflow for involving humans when they need to get involved in the way that they want to be involved, and give them contextual information so that they can act upon the notification quickly.
Great segment. Thank you, Lenny. If you want to learn more, please visit securityweekly.com/Axonius RSAC. Lenny, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Talking to you.
Stay tuned. The final show wrap up for day one at RSAC RSAC Conference 2025 comes up next.
Welcome to RSAC Conference 2025. Yeah, it's very lovely here in San Francisco. The estimable Jeff Mann and I are going to wrap up the first day of this thing, which lasts all the way till Thursday, but we're going to wrap up the first day, if you can imagine that. So that's pretty, I guess that was a big honor, or I don't know, maybe it was a liability. It's always hard to say, but they have so many sessions going on. It's been like this sort of crazy day. I have my roadmap.
Oh, you got that.
I mean, just to show you, like, what this thing is like, you know, and it's like, look at this. I mean, this is the front side of like.
But show them the map.
8,000 sessions, and then here's the map, which is more complicated than like the New York subway map to try to get
that's
to all.
Like, that section is probably 2 football fields.
Yeah, and like Jeff is here, and I'm here, and we neither one of us know how to get out of here. So
it covers like 3 counties in San Francisco.
Exactly, but seriously, I mean, forget it. I mean, there are so many sessions on this thing that it's like, I mean, it's really, really impressive. And so this is going to be the wrap up of day 1. I mean, I think. So Jeff, hi.
Hey Doug, how you doing? Have you ever been to RSA before?
Yes, I have. I spoke at RSA one time. Thank you very much.
How much did it cost?
How much did it cost?
To pay, to speak.
We don't talk about that stuff. I mean, I was just like, you know, I give a little, you give a little, and next thing you know, I'm on stage and they think I'm a guy named Rob.
That's cool.
You know,
That's cool.
I was like up there. I mean, you know, yeah, I got dragged out, but it was okay.
But you haven't been here in a while.
No. The last time I was here, I was speaking, and it was probably like 2017. It was before the pandemic.
Right.
And so,
So you weren't here the great year 2020 when like day 2 of RSA, they declare a pandemic.
It's over.
And we're like, what do we, no, we kept going. What did we do?
Oh, that was crazy. I was at school that year, and they just like literally came out with an announcement in 2020, and they said, tomorrow no one will be on campus. Campus is closed. You will not be able to come on campus. Please take whatever you need and go home.
And ever since then, I mean, I've been going for the last 10 years or so. 2021 was virtual, didn't happen. 2022 it was here, and it was like, you know, this big.
Like 9 people.
And every year since, it's been bigger and bigger, getting back.
Yeah.
I thought last year it was pretty much full bore, but so far this year, I'm like,
this looks
okay, we've pulled out all the stops. Everybody's.
This looks like what it looked like when I was here before.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like
kind of
totally
back to
insane,
full
and I didn't know what I was doing, so I just shown up, and I got here on like Monday morning or something. I was on like one of those crazy early flights, and I got here and I came over here, and there was like lines around the block, and I was supposed to speak, and it was all insane and everything else. But it's been a lot better. I mean, but there's a lot of people here.
So to recap, for those that have never been to RSA conference, which now has been rebranded RSAC
conference,
because C stands for community, because
yes,
we're all about
it does.
community.
C is
here.
for community.
So it's the RSAC conference. Day 1 is the day where people start showing up. The vendors have been busy since yesterday, setting up their booths in the vendor hall. We were here setting up this yesterday. Well, we weren't. The people
I saw
behind the cameras do it.
I was walking down here this morning, and I saw CrowdStrike, and they had more stuff than, like, they were unloading like a semi-truck.
Oh yeah.
And it was like
crazy.
furniture and all this, and I was like, wow.
They have
I wanna know
booths in
what's
there that are like 40 feet by 40 feet by 40 feet tall,
I wanted to know what was in
multi-level
there, but they
stories.
wouldn't let me in.
They put couches and chairs up on the second level for private meeting
I was
areas.
like out there going like, you know who I am? Do you know who I am? And
that hasn't even started yet. The vendor floor opens in about 15 minutes with a vendor reception, but pretty much all day today there's a few. There's a lot of talks going on. So people go to the talks. People pick up their badges. We started broadcasting at, gosh, what was it, 9 o'clock this morning?
Yes.
But this is, it's been a busy day, but it hasn't even started yet because the vendor thing hasn't happened
Like
yet.
the expo doesn't even open till tonight. So the expo was at 5:30, which is like, there's like, I don't know, 300 or
Well, that's
something.
what I meant by the vendor thing. The expo.
Oh yeah.
They open up the floor and
major
it's a
expo.
mixer networking reception.
But, yeah, there was tons of talks today. I mean, there was again, it was so many talks like on that sheet that it was just like, I haven't been to too many things that had this many simultaneous tracks, because like I go to a conference every summer where it's like, you're up, and it's just like that's it. It's like I get my time, and the 17 people that are there like watch me talk, and then. But this is like, I think they have like 20 or something simultaneous tracks of stuff. So there's all kinds of things. Now I'm going to give you a tip though. If you're watching and you're coming out here, if you go to the Hilton, you can get your badge. I went over there yesterday. It literally took me less than 2 minutes to get my badge. I was in and out. By the time I just typed in my email address, and by the time I walked over the counter, they had my badge.
So tomorrow they're going to be like, why are all these people showing up?
Yeah, sorry. Like, too bad. Although my biggest problem I've had so far was I couldn't get an Uber at that airport.
You don't do an Uber in San Francisco. You got to do Waymo.
They don't have Waymo at the airport.
Oh, they doesn't go to the airport?
No.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, they just let you out in the countryside.
They're all
somewhere.
street level here. So,
yeah, but there were so many people getting Ubers, but then I was like, use the old ways, Luke. Use the old ways.
Don't they have a subway or train
Well, they
system?
do, and that was my oldest way, but there's another old way that I know you're familiar with. It's called the hack stand. And I was like, I bet there's a hack stand. So I walk over to police or security, and I was like, is there a hack stand? He was like, yeah, down on the first floor. I went down, there was 15 cabs sitting there. The cab was like, please, get in my cab, please. And
they were fighting over who was going to.
Yeah, and I was like, I grabbed two other people. I was like, hey, are you coming to Union Square? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, let's split the cab fare like we used to do in the old days. And $20. It worked really, really well. So
well, those were the days. So this is your first time back in 6, 7, 8 years. What are you looking forward to this week?
Well, there's lots of tracks, right? I mean, I was like there were just tons.
So you actually go to the talk tracks. You try to get some in.
I try to go to some because we have to do all this, and so I've mostly been running around facilitating things today. But right. There was some tracks one track I saw I was really happy with today was Home and Family track.
Okay.
I never stop talking about that on Security Weekly News. Which all of you watch religiously, and if you don't, well, we know who you are. We're watching you. But I saw that, and I took about that a lot, about CISOs and people not just thinking about getting materials out for their employees and saying, don't do these things that are bad for the company, but I'm like, you really don't want your family to be being compromised either, because when that's going on, you basically have the potential for all kinds of transference of bad things that sneak into your company, where your cousin gets, is getting exploited somehow, and they say, now could you get these passwords from your uncle or what have you?
Right.
I think I got the family lines a little messed up there, but that kind of stuff. So
you're from West Virginia?
I was pleased to see that. Don't be nice. I was pleased to see that on there. They had the Usenix papers. So,
okay. Yep.
And I probably mispronounced it wrong. It's probably pronounced some other way, but I've always pronounced it Usenix. Yeah, and
Usenix.
If Paul was here to tell me how to say it right, I'm sure it would be better. But I'm going to say Usenix, and if you don't like it, well.
Speaking of Usenix, I flew into San Francisco yesterday morning. My tradition is to get here Sunday morning and go hang out at B-Side San Francisco for a couple hours. That's the first opportunity to run into people I know and do a little bit of networking. So I'm over at B-Sides yesterday, and I'm sort of surveying the crowd, and I see this guy stands out in the crowd, very long, flowing, wavy red hair, and I'm like, that looks like Dan Farmer. What would Dan Farmer be doing here? So I did one of those slick, got to get closer to him, walk, try to get a good look at his face. I'm like, Dan? He's like, yeah, Dan Farmer. I'm like, Jeff Mann? He's like, Jeff! I'm like, Dan. So Dan Farmer's here. I trust you know who Dan Farmer is. Okay. Tell the audience who Dan Farmer is.
Forensics, the father of forensics. I mean,
not quite.
Okay,
I mean, part of it.
Well, I mean, yeah, some of it.
Well,
how do you want to present? I mean, I know who Dan Farmer is.
Well, you're right. Father of the forensics. He wrote a tool in 1990 called COPS.
Yeah.
Which was an early forensics tool. I know him more for the vulnerability scanner that he wrote with Vitsa Venema called Satan.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had that same experience, not with Dan, but with Visti Finema. I was at a conference, like a kind of obscure conference, and I saw his name, and I saw him, and I was like, whoa, are you Dr. Finema?
Us old people don't get fanboy
I was like,
moments
you're
too
Dr.
much.
Finema, and he was like, yes, I am.
So, Usenix, the first time I met Dan was at a Usenix conference, I think in 2000, it was in New Orleans, my first time to New Orleans. And we had a mutual friend that went out to dinner with him, and then I spent the evening with Dan Farmer doing the French Quarter.
Oh, that's cool.
That was a very memorable evening.
I think I would like to go. Maybe I could go back in time and see that. That might be quite interesting. Yeah, that could be really weird.
And then we interviewed him. We did a series several years ago before COVID where we were trying to interview all the pioneers and the people that we knew as sort of the founders, the architects of the early tools. I mean, back in those days, there weren't really any vendors. There was like one or two that sold a firewall, but then there was a lot of people that were just figuring it all out.
I remember compiling Satan.
Yeah.
I mean, I really
You
did.
can still compile
No,
Satan.
you can,
It's
yeah,
still
absolutely.
out there.
I mean, I mean, it was. If you don't know what Satan is, it stands for System Administrator's Tool for Administering Networks.
Yep.
You could actually compile it with a switch that made it compile as Santa.
Yep.
Because some people got upset about the word Satan. In fact, there's a book right now on my bookshelf. I know exactly where it's sitting that says "Getting Started with Satan."
Nice.
And I've had many comments from like students and
Is it
parents
right
and
next?
people that.
Is it right next to the Bible?
You know, I'm gonna have to do. I'm
You
gonna,
need
I'm
to
gonna
do
have to
that.
get a Bible if they'll sell me one, and I'm gonna put it on my shelf
You can
next to that.
You can usually pick them up in a hotel room. At least
Really?
you used to.
Not
be able to.
anymore. No, I
Are they
already.
gone now?
Yeah.
You cleaned them out already.
Yeah, they're already all gone. Now you did B-sides. I think you mentioned that earlier.
B-sides,
So
yep.
so just if you're curious about that, tell them about B-sides.
So B-sides is a conference that Security B-sides was a conference that was started 12, 13 years ago. The first one was in Las Vegas. It was an opportunity for more people to have opportunities to speak, because it's as many tracks as there are here. It's so hard to get a speaking slot at a conference like RSA or Black Hat or DEF CON. So this movement came up, the idea being, it's the B side of the 45, it's security, but it's not quite the front page. The first B-sides in San Francisco I went to was probably 10, 11 years ago.
Yeah,
it was
it's been
in
a
this
while.
little seedy bar about a mile away,
Was
kind
up
of
at
a
the hill?
biker bar. No, it was
no,
up,
it's at
up
the
the
biker
hill.
bar, okay.
It was called the DNA Lounge.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it was a proper hacker hangout type of
What's
stuff.
that tiki one called? That's up on the hill.
That's the Tonga Room
The
at the
Tonga Room.
Fairmont. That's a different.
They had a secret party down there last night. Was it? I wasn't invited, mind you.
No, you weren't.
No,
'Cause
I
you're
weren't.
not cool enough.
I tried to get in, and they were like,
Well, so B-sides happens in San Francisco. Several years ago, they moved it to the Metreon, which is right next to Moscone, which is where RSAC conference is. And it's a movie theater. So every movie theater, it's like a multiplex. They had tracks in it, and the keynotes are speaking in an IMAX theater. So be careful of your slides if they're going to be like 100 feet long and 50 feet
"Oh
wide.
my God!"
So that was going on. And there was a tradition in the old days for people that came early for B-sides, were more hackers, practitioners, to gather in the Tonga Room at the Fairmont on the top of the hill on Sunday night, and it was called TongaCon. So during COVID, the Tonga Room stopped operating on Sundays, and to open it up, it's cost prohibitive, let's say. So for the last several years, a small group of us that want to keep it going have tried to find different venues to just sort of have an informal TongaCon. So yesterday it was Whiskey Con, it was Car Bomb Con, because we ended up at the Chieftain Irish Pub, that's just a block down the road. But it was a great gathering. We had like 60, 70 people show up. A lot of people, it's old home week. You're getting together with hacker family and seeing each other for the first time in who knows how long.
I mean, I'm probably going to get kicked out of RSAC for this, but I think B-sides is a more intimate, at least, I haven't been to every B-sides, I've been to some.
Right.
And I know, and they tend to have them before major cons like
cons.
this. So, you have like the weekend before, like the DEF CON and Black Hat weekend, they have it before that.
Yep.
So if you're interested in a more intimate con, I think
Let's say more accessible. I mean, it's more of a teaching, learning, networking exercise.
Yeah.
Lots of villages to try your hand at different hacker skills and technology
I mean, I
skills.
think it's a great bolt.
Where here it's just
yeah, I think it's a great
everything
bolt onto
that's
these
new.
big ones that have
Yeah.
like that. Even like DEF CON has so many sessions, but when you bolt that onto something like RSAC, it gives you some other perspectives. I think at the same time. So big B-sides pitch. I think that's really good. Any other like super cool events that you know about? Jeff's taking me to a party later, and the password is Fidelio, but don't tell anybody. Any other super cool events you know about that I'm going to be excluded from?
There's so many networking events during the week. Many of the vendors, they will do networking events, and they're trying to pull people in because we have press media passes because of our affiliation here. We get invited to the VC parties. Come and meet all of our portfolio companies and stuff like that. The more memorable ones, the most memorable one, it's another kind of a hacker meetup. They're not even doing it this year, again, because cost prohibitive. So many restaurants and area places went out of business.
That's true. One of my
supply
favorites.
and demand, economics. there's some kind
Farallon,
of
where are
lesson
you?
there. But the other The only other thing I wanted to touch on is we're sort of ending the first day, but tomorrow it starts full tilt with the expo floor being open. There's always a theme that kind of emerges, and it's no big secret that this year the theme is AI. But what I have also found interesting in terms of the sub-themes, and I've seen this a lot already, is compliance, which is near and dear to my heart. Wait for it, because I do PCI, and I've been doing PCI for a long time, but I'm actually having much more interesting, engaging conversations with the vendors I've spoken to already, because they're aware of things like PCI and how many organizations, their approach and their attitude to security is just the compliance. It's what they have to do. And I've had conversations with, because of AI, the playing field's changing. There's more capability, there's more responsibility, there's more opportunity for wrongdoing. But the conversation is starting around the context of compliance, because that's what so many organizations think of when they think of security.
Well, we got tons more live content coming for you tomorrow with me, Jeff, everybody, all the other hosts, interviewing people that you want to hear from. We're going to be here all week. The show's going to be here all week. So if you're here, come by and say hi. If you're not here, be sure and tune in to all our live streams and check it out. Maybe you want to come next time. And the estimable Jeff Mann is here. So if you're nice to him, he might actually sneak you into...
And the irrepressible Dr. Doug White is here.
I can't sneak you into anything cool. It's just, I think I know a bowling alley we can get into, but Jeff knows the right doors to knock on, all that kind of stuff. I am Doug White, Jeff Mann. Hope we see you around, and that's it for the first day. So
that's a wrap.